Okay. Mr. Rogers, are we ready to go from your end?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's 6:30, and the first thing we need to do is, do we have a closed meeting certification motion?
Yes, sir. I move that the city council members certify by a recorded vote that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Thomas, will you take the vote?
Councilor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
The motion passes. So we're now reconvened. We'll begin the 6:30 business meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Next on our agenda, recognitions and proclamations. First recognition is of Cindy Richardson. Councilor Payne, you want to take the lead on this?
No.
No?
So I may have.
Oh, that's
information. I'm
yours.
sorry.
Okay. My instructions here were wrong.
So it's my pleasure just for the community to be aware that Ms. Cindy Richardson, a peer support specialist at On Our Own, was recently awarded the Dr. Fred Feast Crisis Intervention Team People in Mental Health Illness Lived Experience of the Year Award by CIT International. This award, which is named in honor of the late CIT International board member Dr. Fred Feast, recognizes a person who lives with mental illness or co-occurring substance with disorder and who actively involved with CIT as a community program. Ms. Richardson has lived in the Charlottesville area for many years and is well known and is highly respected in the community. For those still suffering with mental health challenges and substance use disorder, Cindy knows how to approach them without judgment, encourage them to discover the benefits of the CIT program for themselves, their friends, and family members. Cindy believes that it was CIT that first showed her the possibility of a new freedom. CIT program is a community partnership of law enforcement, mental health, addiction professionals, individuals who live with mental illness and or addiction disorders, their families, and other advocates. For more information, you can go to citinternational.org. So I don't think Ms. Richardson is here, but I think that when we have individuals like this in our community that's received recognition, not only on a local and not even a state level, but this is a national level, international level, we want to bring it to everyone's attention. So congratulations, Cindy, and thank you for all the work that you're doing in the community. We're getting 2 thumbs up from Cena as well. So.
Yeah. And after the announcement was made, I sent a letter to Ms. Richardson on behalf of all of council, expressing our appreciation for her work and our admiration for her work as well. We also had a proclamation, Dr. Alvin Edwards Day, presented to Dr. Edwards on August 27th. And Vice Mayor Wade, I believe you were present and actually presented it to him. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, David Simmons presented it to him, but I was there to represent the city and for all the work that Dr. Edwards has done in his community for the last 41 years and continue to do. I was just amazed as I read the proclamation and we pulled it together, all of the work that he has done in the community and continues to do, that he's just one of those individuals like Ms. Richardson that do so much in this community that, that this community will look and feel a lot different without individuals like that in our community. So congratulations, Dr. Edwards.
And then the next recognition and next proclamation is the Minority Business Alliance 10-year anniversary. And you've also got that
Yes,
one?
yes. So I'm getting connected with all these opportunities to have some victuals too. So this is on Friday night.
That's
so
right.
This,
they did mention food.
Yes, yes. So this is the Minority Business Alliance of the Charlottesville Regional Chamber of Commerce 10th anniversary. And it states, whereas on June 3rd, 2012, the Minority Business Alliance was officially launched as an affinity group of the Charlottesville Regional Chamber of Commerce, and whereas the Minority Business Alliance was birthed out of the City of Charlottesville Dialogue on Race community-wide discussion held in 2009 through 2010, whereas the Minority Business Alliance includes a diverse group of long-time emerging business professionals and leaders working collaboratively to support, promote, and grow minority-owned businesses in the greater Charlottesville, and whereas the Minority Business Alliance offers members investment benefits that include professional development and training, dynamic educational sessions, networking and resource connections, and competitive funding opportunities. And whereas since 2020, the Minority Business Alliance was awarded more than $116,000 to the minority business community, $11,000 to 10 MBA students from the MBA Endurance Fund, and almost $105,000 in grants to MBA members and other Black and Brown existing and emerging business owners through the United Way of Greater Charlottesville Minority Business Enterprise Grant. And whereas being known for establishing strategic partnerships, MBA has leveraged more than 25 local, state, and national business nonprofit partnerships to expand the community wealth building, including premier partnerships with the United Way of Greater Charlottesville and Seville Weekly. Now therefore be resolved that the Council of the City of Charlottesville hereby proclaims September 9th, 2022 as Minority Business Alliance Day in celebration of this milestone year, signed and dated the 6th day of September 2022 by J. Lloyd Snook III, Mayor.
We have some representative here.
Our vice chair with the Minority Business Alliance, Kay Monroe, was here to accept on
Great.
behalf of MBA.
Council members, stakeholders, community partners, we are so grateful for this recognition. We appreciate every opportunity that we have to support you, support all of our colleagues and our business professionals. We look forward to celebrating this milestone event and also rereading the proclamation. I think our dear mayor may do that for us on Friday night. So again, thank you so much. We appreciate the honor. Vice Mayor. Thank you so much. You all have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Okay, and one last proclamation recognizing September 15th, 2022 as the International Day of Democracy. Whereas the United Nations observes the 15th of September as the International Day of Democracy to promote the principles of democracy and to raise public awareness of universal human rights, and whereas the Universal Declaration of Human Rights emphasizes that the will of the people expressed through universal and equal suffrage is the basis for the authority of government, and whereas the Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognizes that the right to participate fully and equally in the political system is crucial to the advancement of all human rights, including the rights to democratic governance, the rule of law, social inclusion, and economic development. empowerment of individuals and groups to eliminate discrimination and marginalization, peaceful assembly and association, freedom of opinion and expression, and access to information and education. And whereas on the International Day of Democracy, we are called to review the state of our democracy, to promote its principles for the protection and effective realization of human rights, and to create an environment for greater citizen participation, equality, security, and development. And whereas we recognize that in 2022, these basic principles of democracy are under attack in the United States and around the world, now therefore we, the City Council of Charlottesville, Virginia, hereby recognize and celebrate the 15th day of September 2022 as the International Day of Democracy, to remind us all of the need to work to protect the democratic principles by which the freely expressed will of the people forms the basis of our government in this great country. Signed and sealed the 6th day of September 2022, Lloyd Snook, Mayor. And Kirk Bowers is here to receive it, I understand. Mr. Bowers?
Yes. If I may say a few words.
Sure. Let me hand you the proclamation.
Okay.
Shall we reenact the dramatic moment here?
Okay, that would be great. Oops.
That's okay. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
there you go.
Thank you. Good evening, honored members of the City Council. I haven't spoken here in quite some time, actually. I'm the Conservation Chair for the Sierra Club, Piedmont Group, Virginia Chapter. We have a national campaign that we began a year ago to protect and preserve democracy. On behalf of the following organizations who signed the request for proclamation, I want to express our sincere gratitude to City Council for recognizing September 15th, 2022 as an International Day of Democracy. The organizations signing the request include the National Organization for Women, Charlottesville Branch, the Charlottesville Center for Peace and Justice, Indivisible Charlottesville, Piedmont Group, Virginia Chapter, Sierra Club, Charlottesville Friends Meeting, Peace and Social Concerns Committee, and League of Women Voters. Every September 15th, International Day of Democracy is commemorated around the world. It is a United Nations Day of Observation. On this day, the UN urges all governments to promote and uphold the principles of democracy. This provides an opportunity to review the state of our democracy and review our support for democracy as we strive towards a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable community. Today, equality and democracy are under assault. We're no longer able to take our democracy for granted. People are promoting authoritarian leaders, and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat to our personal rights, to the pursuit of justice, to the rule of law, and to the very soul of this country. These are indeed perilous times. Let us take a few moments on September 15th to renew our commitments and beliefs to the principles of democracy. Again, thank you so much. We are deeply in your debt and gratitude.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. So, that gets us next to the consent agenda, Ms.
So
Thomas.
there are a few announcements. if
Yeah.
we-
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'll go first. So I'm announcing here the 5th Annual CYM Day Observance. Close Your Mouth and Listen is what it's entitled. Mr. Alex Zan presents the 5th Annual CYM Day, first proclaimed by the City of Charlottesville on September 18th, 2018, the third Monday in September. The mission of this day, with its character CYM, stresses the importance of closing your mouth and listening, which is the key to learning and living a healthy, safe, and productive life. CYM Day will be observed on Monday, September 19th, 2022 at 10 a.m. at the Downtown Ting Pavilion. The program will feature guest speakers, Mayor Lloyd Snook, Delegate Sally Hudson, Dr. Tracy Downs, Professor of Urology at the University of Virginia, Eddie Howard, Executive Director of the Charlottesville Abundant Life Ministries. Highlights will also include guest vocalist James Bryant and a CYM skit from the Barrett Learning Center students. At 10:14, the Charlottesville Fire Department will be ringing their bell, and at 10:15, all citizens wherever they may be are encouraged to take a CYM minute to relax, refresh, renew you. Other CYM activities, posters, and stickers are available upon request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I have an announcement. This is to let you know that the application deadline for the Charlottesville Homeowner Assistance Program has been extended to September the 16th. Please visit charlottesville.gov/COR to apply online or call the Commissioner of Revenue at 434-970-3160. A little bit information about the qualification. You must be the legal owner and occupant of a residential property as of January the 1st of the current year. Applicant, spouse, and co-spouses residing in the home cannot own any other real estate. The current year assessed value on the applicant's residential property is $420,000 or less. Applicant household using IRS gross federal adjusted gross income for 2021 tax year is $60,000 or less, and you must be the currently enrolled in the real estate relief program for the elderly and disabled. And so those are kind of the basic information. You can certainly call or go online to get additional information, but the bottom line is that the deadline has been extended until September the 16th.
Are there other announcements? I didn't mean to cut anybody off.
I have a quick, just trying to do this at the beginning of every meeting from the following meeting. Just a kind of wrap up of what was brought to our attention during public comment in the last meeting. I just wanted to summarize that we had a lot of comments about collective bargaining. As you'll notice, we will be looking into our ordinance is going to be presented tonight. And we continue to want public input on this. We heard people talk about Midway Manor and how they're concerned with the management company at Midway Manor. I know the city is a little bit tied as to what it can do there, but I do know that both deputy city managers Marshall and Sanders have great concern about this and will be keeping an eye on what they can do. What's changed since the DMC report? This is something we need to be definitely looking into deeper and charging once we get a new police chief in place to look into. I know I've been trying to run some numbers based on what our current online data shows as far as stop and frisk data. It does appear to be going down, but that's just from a cursory look, not an actual study. Somebody brought up Vancouver and how Vancouver is a city that is both bikeable, walkable, and while we are trying to do that with Charlottesville, it's a lot smaller than Vancouver, and therefore it's a little bit harder to do. We take the school bus challenge very seriously. Every single department in the city has been working on this, from our public works to our parks and recs to our transit, and everyone is concerned about the safety of our children. The potholes that were brought up for Page Street and Dairy and Rugby, or Emmett, I guess, down to Barracks, had actually been brought to Mr. Sanders' attention already. And he is aware of that, and I know he was working on that with staff. The idea that lived experience, that those with lived experience in homelessness should also be consulted as we prepare for the 50th anniversary of the downtown mall is something that we heard and should be honored, as we have a large community, not just our business community, who utilizes the downtown mall. Again, continuing to work on what affordability is and what affordable housing means in a more nuts and bolts operational definition than just tossing it around. Again, this will take time, but so you know, it has not been ignored. It is being heard. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor McGill. So now are we ready for the consent agenda? Ms. Thomas?
Consent agenda. Number 4, minutes, June 21st council meeting, August 1st council meeting. 5, resolution, a refund of business license tax, $5,719.45, second reading. 6, resolution, Virginia Homeless Solutions Program Grant Award, $539,369, second reading. 7, resolution, Belmont Bridge Replacement Project, appropriation of $2,697,398, second reading. 8, ordinance, amending City Code Section 30-6 to increase the threshold under which the city treasurer may issue a refund for an erroneous assessment without direction from City Council, second reading. 9, resolution, United Way reimbursement of Community Resource Hotline staff costs, $26,333.76, one of 2 readings.
Thank you. We will now take public comment regarding items on the consent agenda that were just read by the clerk. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. In the Zoom webinar, you may select the raise hand option to be placed in the speaker queue. If you've joined by phone and wish to speak on the consent agenda, you can press *9. We will alternate in-person and virtual speakers. Remember, this only on these 6 topics. If you signed up ahead of time, you are to come in a few minutes, but not right now. If you have something else to say on some other topic, that's in a few minutes. So, is there anyone in council chambers who would like to speak on one of the consent agenda items? I see nobody here. Is there anyone online who would like to speak on the consent agenda item?
Mayor Snook, I see no raised hands.
All right, so we'll close the public comment as to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further questions or comments from council? Ms. Thomas, will you take the vote?
Councilor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0 to adopt the consent agenda. Mr. Rogers.
Sorry, I think we forgot to make the board appointments.
Oh, you're right. It's not on my list here.
I would move that we appoint Area Garland and West Bellamy to the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority.
Is there a second to these nominations?
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Thomas, take the
Who
vote.
was that second?
West Bellamy?
Well, I'm sorry, who
Oh,
seconded?
The seconding of the motion
Okay.
was Vice Mayor Wade.
Got it. Councilor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, and we welcome those two to the CRHA board and look forward to their contributions. Mr. Rogers, would you like to present the report from the city manager's office?
Mr. Mayor, Council, a couple of items I'd like to highlight. First, we work hard on our intergovernmental relationships, and Mr. Mayor, you and I met with the university and the county several weeks back, and the 2 deputy city managers met with Jeff Richardson, county executive, and his 2 deputies in a retreat, half-day retreat, last Friday. And it was very productive. We shared a lot. We have a lot of common issues and problems that we're working on, and it lays the foundation for good cooperation in collaboration here in Albemarle County and Charlottesville. So I just wanted to highlight those. Also, one of the big problems we've had over the last several months has been the loss of a number of public safety officers in police and in fire and sheriff's office. We work together to identify ways that we can create retention bonuses without adding too much cost, to the general fund budget. We work with the police department to fund a new pay scale within their budget. They had a tremendous amount of savings, actually, because of the number of vacancies that they had, so we were able to accomplish that, as you know. Last Friday, we were able to notify the fire department and the sheriff's department of retention bonuses that went out to them. So we've been able to address a serious challenge of the loss of personnel who are really going to our neighbors, the counties around us and the university, for higher pay. So we were able to address that. Transportation is very much on our mind. We are working to resolve the challenges we have there by increasing the pay. That is a little more complicated because of the federal funding involved, but we will be coming back to you at the next council meeting with the proposed solution for our transportation challenge. And we look forward to that discussion. There are a number of other items that we've listed here that I won't take time to highlight. Sam or Ashley, anything in particular you would like to highlight tonight?
Yes, sir. I will just like to say good evening, council and members of the public. There have been a variety of comments, negative and positive, excuse me, in regards to the conversion of the four-way intersection at Rose Hill and Rugby. So I just wanted to provide a little more detail and more or less the context as to why that change has been made. First and foremost, pointing out that this is a temporary conversion to a four-way stop. This is a part of a critical response to our providing safe routes to schools. This was one of the top 3 priority areas for the school system in identifying for us the challenges with more kids walking to school. We were able to advance this four-way intersection, this four-way stop as a temporary measure just to slow traffic down in that intersection with more people traveling on foot. This is temporary because we will be updating the pedestrian signals as a part of a project that begins next month. So as soon as that signalization project is complete, it will convert back to a signalized intersection. So this is not a permanent transition. This is just temporary. We did anticipate some of the challenges. We had previously heard about challenges in doing this before. And while I've heard a lot of negative, I've also heard some positive in that individuals have identified that this was an important item in regards to the additional foot traffic in the area. So I just wanted to be able to respond to that. In addition to that, we are happy to announce that we have been able to notify various customers of NDS who were basically forced to incur a third-party inspection expenditure because of our inability to perform, that we will be reimbursing them of their charge. So they will be able to submit their receipt that shows that they paid that bill, and we will cover that expense for them. There's a sign of good faith on our part that we're trying to do better and get better at the management of our responsibility. So that letter has gone out to all the individuals who submitted in the month of June to allow for them to seek reimbursement of those expenses. And then I just wanted to also express a sincere welcome to 2 key individuals to our team. Emily Irvine has joined as Climate Action Specialist. It's a critical position for us. The person who will be responsible for implementing our climate action plan. You all will hear a lot more detail about next month. And Chuck Miller started last week as our building code official. This is a 2-year delay in getting this position filled. So we are extremely excited about having Chuck join us. And I can assure you, I met with him last week and he has hit the ground running and has made an impact already. So that is extending my report.
Ashley?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And again, good evening to the council and the public. Just a few announcements. The Office of Economic Development is pleased to announce that September is Minority Business Month in Charlottesville, and there will be a series of events celebrating business diversity in the Charlottesville community, beginning with the September 9th Minority Business Alliance's 10th Anniversary Gala that was discussed earlier in the meeting. For more information on the events, the community can go to CVilleMinorityBusinessProgram.org to find out information about those opportunities. In addition, from our financial side, there are 2 projects that are in process that may be of interest to members of the community. First, the Commissioner of Revenue's office continues to work diligently to go live with an online business portal that will allow for the online filing and payment of an array of business taxes. And the Office of Budget and Management looks forward to having the FY23 budget properly edited to ensure ADA compliance soon. Notification of the completion of both projects will be announced both to council and the public. Finally, we did want to make sure that the public was aware that the City of Charlottesville is one of 29 inaugural cities in the City Health Dashboard Put Us on the Map competitive challenge. The challenge allowed cities to make their case for why their city should be added to the dashboard. Only 3 Virginia cities were added, and the data that the public can access includes information on health outcomes such as diabetes, social and economic factors such as credit insecurity index numbers, health behaviors such as smoking, physical environment such as lead exposure, and clinical care such as preventative services for those 65 years of age or older. Members of the community can go to cityhealthdashboard.com to access the city's data, as well as to access any other city's data who is on that website. Generally, individual cities that are above 50,000 are over, which is why they had the competition for the 29 additions, which are 50,000 residents and below. That is all I had to highlight today.
And we'd like to extend congratulations to Chief Smith and his team at the fire department for completing the accreditation review process and being accredited as a fire department. So we applause to them.
Yes.
And that concludes our report. There are a number of other items that will be listed in our report online.
And one of them I would like to just draw a little bit of attention to. There was a mention of the fact that we have a new building code official, but we also have a new building inspector. And for the last 6-8 months, if not longer, we've had a real crisis in that area. So to have added really 2 new people in the general field is really excellent.
It means that there is truly light at the end of the tunnel.
That's right. All it takes is money.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have actually 3 pre-registered speakers. We had 4, but 1 will not be joining us in the Community Matters section. So there are 13 spots for additional speakers in Community Matters. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. No comments, please, on the public hearing coming up during action items. So we're having a public hearing on collective bargaining. This is not the time to talk about collective bargaining. We'll talk about that again in a few more minutes. We will open up the floor to pre-registered speakers. The first speaker I've got here is Kevin Cox. Mr. Cox?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Kevin Cox. I live at 311 Fairway Avenue, and I'm here to talk about traffic conditions on East High Street. But before I get to that, I have to disclose to you, I think it is a good idea, that I am a city employee now, working at the intersection of Hazel and East High as a crossing guard. And
thank you for your help.
My comments here are mine alone and have nothing to do with the position or the policies or whatever of the city schools. I am myself. So East High, I have a long connection with East High. For the last 50 years, I've driven, walked, run, done just about everything you can do on the street, on that street, probably more than any of you. And in those 50 years, the street has remained unchanged. It's terrible. There's a light now, and there's a flashing yellow light, but otherwise, the street is just worse, actually, because the curbs have disappeared. And I would like to start with one place in particular that really annoys me personally. That's that muddy dirt path in front of the AT&T building, which has been there forever. 30 years ago, I was told it's on the 6-year plan. Now, maybe they missed a digit and meant 60-year plan. I don't know. But it has not been done, and it needs to be done. People, it's a terrible path. The Appalachian Trail is better. People slip and fall. It's just really obnoxious. If we move up from there, then we come to something that is truly dangerous, and that is the parking lots in front of the glass shop and the restaurant. Those parking lots are not separated by anything from the street. There's no division. There's no curb. There's nothing. And cars regularly drive through those parking lots. I've witnessed it. Traffic will be stacked up waiting for a vehicle to make a left turn onto Hazel, and they come around the end. There are a lot of videos of this, actually. They come around and they go real fast through the parking lots because they're trying to beat traffic because they know that it's going to get moving soon and they don't want to get stuck back where they were. It's a terrible thing. Curbs and gutters are needed. Then we move up a little further and we get to the intersection. What a mess. Pedestrians cross at 3 different places at that intersection. That's where they cross. There's one crosswalk. The major crossing, there's nothing. Okay? Move up a little further. Tubby's is fine. We get to the auto parts store all the way to Stewart Street. Again, just a vast expanse of asphalt with no interruptions from building to building. It's just street. It's totally unwelcoming for pedestrians. My time's almost up, so I want to say a couple of things. I have a couple of questions. One, probably for the city manager. Do you have a plan? And what is it? And I would like to see it. What incremental improvements can you do now? In short order, a year and a half, 2 years, I know the street's going to be dug up, but there are things that can be done. Is the infrastructure work that's going to happen, is that going to include new sidewalks and curbs? And lastly, I would like to invite all of you to join me and some of the business owners and residents as we walk down the street. It'll only take about a half an hour, 45 minutes, and you can see for yourself. What do you say? Will you walk with us?
Yes, I would love that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Our next speaker, Kate Fraley, I don't see here. Is she online?
Yes, Kate is on Zoom.
Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to speak about the mental health beds. We are not confused. The 40 beds are an expansion of the jail. It's not an expansion of the capacity, but it's an expansion of the square footage. We don't want you to spend money on expansion. People don't get well in a cell. These units or these beds or these spaces are likely to be segregation, like solitary confinement. There's an article entitled Mental Health Units in Prison Are Solitary Confinement by Another Name. I'll send you that article. Number 4, leaders in the past have failed us when inpatient units were closed over decades and there was a promise to provide community mental health services, and those services have never been formed or developed or available. Now is the time to put resources in a site, not in a site of incarceration. Those resources should go to community-based programs. Also, it is likely the need for these beds will decrease. And the instructions for planning are to consider what will be needed in 15 to 20 years. By that time, the market will be in full swing. There will be more diversion programs, and I believe there will be a law to allow mental illness information in sentencing. So there will be fewer people who go to jail who had pre-existing mental health conditions, and being in solitary confinement could make anybody mentally ill. I do not support those 40 beds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fraley. Next person up is Gloria Beard. Ms. Beard, I see you here.
Well, I'm piggybacking on what Kate said about, mental illness. It's called care, not cages. And like at a time when most of the beds available for people experiencing mental health crisis are being defunded, the Wellness Center ran by Region 10, 20 beds at Martha Jefferson, ran by UVA. 5 state mental hospitals stopped taking new admissions because of staffing crisis. And the charter, they closed 36 and 20,000. Western State had 260 beds. Now they only have 86. And the Moore Center has 10 beds. So Charlottesville City Council, Nelson County, and Albemarle is being asked to put $49 million of taxpayers' money into renovating and construction of the jail, adding more cells, and 44% of the inmates are mentally ill. And we cage sick people at disproportionately high rates, but what is needed is community-based care that does not involve police. You just can't get well in a cage. If anything, being locked up create mental health issues. I experienced this personally, facing social isolation during the pandemic. I struggled with depression, and with the connection with other seniors like myself, friends and family, that brought me out of the gloom. Instead of spending so much money renovating the jail, Charlottesville should be diverting a portion of our resources to create community-based care for people experiencing mental health crisis. Budget reflects our values. Disinvesting in treatment while investing millions of dollars in our jail is immoral, and it is bad policy. I feel if there's money for locking people up, there is surely money for treating those in crisis. I'm asking our city council to fund care instead of cages. You just can't get well in a cage. And please fix our bus problem with our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beard. So that's our list of people who have signed up in advance. Is there anybody? Mr. Foley standing up? Would you like to speak to us?
Yes, always.
All right.
So I'm not going to give a statement, but I am going to read you the People's Coalition. For folks who spoke are with People Coalition, the People Coalition mission statement. The People's Coalition is organized in Charlottesville and Albemarle area to oppose our unjust racial criminal justice system. We raise our voices in community to combat offensive criminal justice practice through public education, public pressure, and public action. The People's Coalition works through this mission in a number of ways. We advocate for community-driven policy to change the city and county levels. We put pressure on governing bodies to address oppressive practices in their criminal justice process. We push for transparency and accountability for local bodies to work on criminal justice issues. So you're going to hear a lot from the People's Coalition in terms of mental health, cops out of mental health, and not putting people in cages, because putting people in cages who have mental health issues is not the right thing to do. And so we want you to think about converting money back into programs in Charlottesville. There's plenty of programs that is not funded in Charlottesville. And if you want to, you can have a conversation with the People's Coalition, because we already did our investigation, and we're looking for more support from City Council and the state. So look out for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. So is there anybody online who would like to speak to us?
Yes, Mayor Snook. Nancy Carpenter will be next.
Oh, okay.
I see her on Zoom.
Ms. Carpenter, go ahead.
Oh, actually, I didn't have a comment. I don't know how I raised. I don't have my hand raised. So,
Okay.
I'm not making a comment tonight. Thank you.
All right.
My apologies on that. I see her on one of the versions of the speakers list here. Our next raised hand is John Hossack. John, you are on with council.
Good evening. I'd like to talk about the comp plan and upzoning. Several controversial developments have moved forward with very little systematic, accurate assessment of traffic and parking. This includes Maca and the Park Street Christian Church redevelopments. Together, these two developments have the potential to produce 6 years' worth of affordable housing at current rate. These rezonings went through with scarcely a speed bump. This tells us that R1 is basically dead already. Rezoning to higher density is moving forward quickly, at least in some neighborhoods. Why then does the plan make a big deal out of the need to rezone and extend by right to eliminate public process? Another rezoning, Mountain View Baptist Church, is likely to result in the fourth major rezoning and redevelopment in our neighborhood, Locust Grove, in as many years. These recent rezonings entirely undermine the argument for the new map and plan. It isn't necessary because seemingly the tools are in place already to do what you like, whenever and wherever. For emphasis, the recent and ongoing zonings undermine the premise for the proposed upzoning with its emphasis on by right. People who invest or are about to invest in the homes have a right to expect stability, and it is your job to tell them, are they wise or are they fools? Specifically, medium intensity residential is deeply unsettling, as you have no doubt heard, and it would be wise to dump it in favour of modified general residential. I'd like to also talk about Agnes and Rail. The county wants to build a turn left lane on Rail southbound at Agnes on a narrow, twisty and steep overused street with inadequate sight lines in every direction. The city traffic engineer says we can do nothing because it is in county land. Really? Are we going to go along with this? The county considers this street an entranceway. Really, a city residential street comprising only of collector streets, but now used, like many others in the city, as a substitute for county infrastructure to support county development. The city should threaten to close or reduce the street to one lane or otherwise show a token level of support for city residents. We voted for the council and pay staff salary. Just do your job. Represent the interests of those who you report to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hossack. Anyone else online?
Ange Khan will be our next speaker.
Okay.
And you're on with council.
Thank you. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to make a comment regarding the expansion. Whether it's adding new beds or adding square footage, incarceration is incarceration, no matter how the box is gift wrapped or what type of fancy bow it has. Jails have never, and will never be designed to rehabilitate, but rather continue to disappear those who are most in need of supports instead of cages. The designation of this flex space, which is truly a mental health wing, is a common trend in communities in various states. Those who are following mass incarceration trends have witnessed this for years. This happens in part because localities have underfunded community resources that were designed to provide supports instead putting astronomical amounts of funding into police departments, jails, and prisons. Incarceration and the uses of segregation has a tremendous effect on mental health, overall well-being, and how those who've been fortunate enough to exit the carceral system interact with those in the community. It's a little Google search for those who are interested in gaining more knowledge about mass incarceration and not taking the word of those who earn a living upholding the criminalization and punishment of Black, brown, and low-wealth human beings. Jails have never been and never will be designed to rehabilitate. Black and brown, those of low wealth individuals who are overwhelmingly impacted by mass incarceration, lack of cultural appropriate medical and mental health care, and substance use disease are routinely subjected to the City Council's disregard for their concerns, their needs for support with their communities, and their desires to live in humane conditions. You all have the opportunity to divest from the ACR jail expansion project. You all have the opportunity to put more funding into mental health and substance abuse disease as a starting point. I am certain there are some community-based organizations that would welcome the funding since most are running very low on funding and capacity. Support care, not cages or cops. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Is there anybody else present here who would like to speak right now? We should have been alternating, I apologize. Ms. Barker?
Good afternoon, Rosia Parker here. I see how y'all designated September the 15th as International Democracy Day. It should be Democracy Day every day. we should be able to have our rights not violated, protesters not violated, which the city council did just that. 2020, August and September of 2020, when you denied myself and Katrina Turner's protest. Everybody else had a protest. We were the only ones who weren't allowed to protest. We were threatened that if anybody showed up for us, they were going to jail. So how is that democracy? How is that showing the city or the community that y'all are really willing to work in democracy? Because it seems like every time that myself or Katrina Turner says anything, it seems that the city council becomes very personal, which this has been very personal for a long time when it comes to me. And all I'm doing is making what we pay for, taxpayers, people accountable for their actions. And it's still not accountable. Y'all choose to make it personal, far as still there are things that still hasn't been answered to the community about the PCRB or PCOB, about the removal of Bellamy Brown. We still haven't heard anything about that. Then y'all wanted to respond, Mr. Payne and Snook. If y'all really wanted the community engagement, y'all should have had some type of community forum, something that should have been more so in the community instead of waiting till the paperwork came out in the paper last week about the choosing of the police chief and the survey and how it was done. We shouldn't have to come to y'all to tell y'all what community needs to be spoken to or one-on-one meetings. That's y'all's job as the city council. That y'all are putting somebody in charge of our lives again, that we're still healing from the turbulence of generations, still till present day, harmfulness from the police department and the city governments. There's no trust there. So how do y'all expect us as people to trust anything that y'all say when y'all don't even want to have community engagement? Y'all choose to make things look good, but things really aren't good. We have to start pulling these covers back so that the community really can see what's going on, because y'all really have things very much covered. But like I said, the PCOB, Bellamy Brown needs to go. And like I said, I'm not gonna stop, because you made it personal when you came into my home twice unannounced to give you an answer for the CRH board. So we need to do something about that PCOB. And I gave y'all the paperwork and the guidelines why he was the bylaws were violated in the ordinance. So I'm not going to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Is there anybody else online who would like to speak?
Our next speaker on Zoom will be Adrienne Dent.
Okay, Ms. Dent?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Adrienne Dent. I live at 104 Todd Avenue. So I've been practicing and acting as a crossing guard for the city because there's a need with all of the non-existent buses. And I have some observations that are pretty alarming about speeds. And I've been focusing so far on Cherry Avenue at Buford and at Johnson, but cars are not at all going close to the school speed limit. Johnson only goes down to 25 from 35. I'd like that to be changed, but that's aside. They should be going 15 at Buford, and I would say maybe 1 out of every 10 is doing that. We've had drivers get out of their car and try to engage with us about the speed that they're going when we ask them to slow down. I've had children crossing at a crosswalk and given plenty of signal for an oncoming car to stop, and the car kept on coming, and I had to put my body in between, which I know is my job, and I'm glad to do it. But we really need some support in speed enforcement. I'm speaking right now to Cherry Avenue, but I also have heard from other guards that this is a citywide issue. It's not up to the city schools or to the city crossing guards to maintain and ensure safe speeds on the streets. So it would be really helpful to have some enforcement And, you know, I have my own ambivalence about the police and the role that they've played historically and currently, but we definitely need some speed enforcement. This is not a city school issue. This is a municipal matter. And I also, with the few minutes the minute I have left, I wanted to just echo and affirm Ms. Beard, Ms. Fraley's, Mr. Foley's, Ms. Khan's, and the People's Coalition's comments earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Anybody else present who would like to speak? Ms. Turner?
Katrina Turner. I'm gonna go with Ms. Parker, what Ms. Parker said about democracy. Who was that proclamation for? Was it for all of us? Because we don't feel equal as we should in this community as black and brown people. So who was that proclamation for? One reason, again, I'm going to come at you, Mr. Rogers, about this IT guy. There are black people that works around him that don't feel comfortable because of who this man secured when he went to that insurrection. But you're not showing this black and brown community that you're here for us. Really, none of y'all are showing us that you are truly here for us. You say there's no reason to fire him. Brackney, why was Brackney fired? For doing her job? She was actually fired for doing her job. But this man attended an insurrection and you feel that you can't get rid of him? Why? What is it about this man that you have to keep in this city? He's an IT, he could ruin so many lives. Why keep him there? You don't have to have a reason to fire him. Think about the people who works around him. Think about what the people went through when the Proud Boys came here. When InfoWars came here. Y'all have to think about this. I understand this man might be losing his job, but did he think about that when he attended that insurrection? Y'all are talking about mental health. We come to y'all about so much, but it seems like it goes in one ear and out the other. How are we supposed to heal in this community if you will not listen to what we are truly going through? Having this man work for the city, it may not be affecting you all, but it's affecting a lot of people in this city. And I think you need to get rid of him just to ease some of our minds about what he could possibly be doing right now. We just need y'all to start listening a little to us, because we're the community. We're the ones out here on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Is there somebody online next?
Yes, Mayor Snook. Rebecca Scheckman, you are on with council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm here to speak out against the expansion of the Albemarle County Regional Jail and against expanding the jail for mental, quote unquote, mental health beds. People living with mental illness need treatment, not jail, community, not cages. Entering the criminal justice system, the criminal legal system, impacts people's employment, their housing, their families, and their mental health. Exposure to violence in prisons and jails exacerbates existing mental health conditions and even leads to the development of other mental health conditions like anxiety, PTSD, depression, and even suicidality. Rather than receiving treatment, people in jail are separated from their community and they're subject to inhumane, unsafe conditions And that separates them from their community, which isolates them from what they need, which is housing, employment, support, education, and being in a loving and safe environment, which will never be jail. People living with mental illness, especially if they're poor or homeless or use substances, find it nearly impossible to obtain help in Charlottesville. We're at a moment when we have a choice to fund possibilities for people who are suffering from mental health issues and not jail them. We have a chance to fund what people have already spoke about today, which is housing, education, our school buses, Region 10, and more funding for other health initiatives, which will help people, not incarcerate them. We need to imagine a world where we can fund all those things and not spend millions and millions of dollars creating more of a jail in our community. Thank you. And I'll just add that I'm born and raised in Charlottesville. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room here? Okay, nobody else here. Is there anybody else online?
Yes, Mayor Snook. Carol Thorpe, you are on with council.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. Yes, my name is Carol Thorpe. Hadn't planned on calling this evening, and let me preface my comment with I'd like to compliment the eloquent wisdom of Ms. Turner. I do applaud and support her statement. Briefly, the reason I'm calling tonight was with reference to the proclamation that you read earlier with regards to the UN. My statement might sound a little, how can I put it, a little, well, I don't know how to put it, so let me just come out right and say it. The United States of America is not a democracy. The United States of America is a republic, and in fact, it's a constitutional representative republic to be exact. And I raise this tonight not merely as a persnickety matter of semantics. It's a very important distinction. Now, while we have democratic principles woven into, and in fact, indeed championed by our system, the very protections that are provided to minority groups in particular by our representative form of government cannot be understated. It was once said that democracy can be boiled down to two wolves and the sheep deciding what to have for dinner. And that's very important to keep in mind, because in a democracy, it would be easy for any large group of a majority to steamroll a minority. And a minority could be anything. It could be by the color of your skin. It could be by your sexuality. It could be by your class, by a financial situation, by anything. So that's why we have an elected representative form of government, so that the smallest group of people could hopefully have equal representation under the law. And you don't have that in a true democracy. So whenever I hear from anyone from the President of the United States on down refer to the United States as democracy, it's not just a matter of semantics. It's important that anytime that is said, that we pause to correct that, to say no. We are thankfully not a democracy. We are a republic. But really what that's about tonight is not about whether or not this is a democracy or a republic. It comes down to that tonight, this was an exercise of all the leftist organizations in Charlottesville, once again gathering to request something of City Council, which I had seen a number of years during my tenure with the Tea Party, but also as an observer of Charlottesville City Council. Predictably, this time it was for the United Nations agenda, but predictably, like councils in the past, this council has smiled obligingly and said how high when this group of people asked you to jump with a ridiculous proclamation. Sadly, this is what we can expect when we have 5 Democrats on the council and no voice of dissension. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Thorpe. Anyone else online?
Mayor Snook, I see no additional hands.
All right, then that was our final speaker for Community Matters. There will be another opportunity for public comment at the end of the meeting. and we'll now move to the action items portion of the agenda. The first item is the city manager's proposed collective bargaining ordinance. Mr. Rogers and Ms. Burrows from Venable, is she also going to be online? Is that?
I think she's on, but I'll introduce it.
Okay.
We spent August 15th for a good hour or so introducing the proposed collective bargaining ordinance. That ordinance was developed with Venable LLP as the legal advisor to our group, a group of internal directors who had considerable collective bargaining experience, were part of that process along with my two deputies and with our general counsel, our city attorney, Lisa Robertson, and our director of human resources. We studied the Virginia law that was passed that granted the right of collective bargaining. We talked through the issues that might come up and try to identify a framework for collective bargaining that we would propose here. And we settled, as we went down each section of the law, compared what other jurisdictions in the state of Virginia had done in terms of adopting ordinances. Fairfax County, Arlington, Loudoun County, Alexandria, and the city of Richmond. And we considered what they had done, and we applied it to this community. Ms. Burrows pointed out in the presentation that we settled on a walk before we run approach based on what we understand to be our capacity at this time, both in terms of personnel that would carry out the collective bargaining ordinance, which we have to recruit, as well as the department directors who will have their work environment changed along with the employees' work environment change under this new collective bargaining paradigm. A lot of training needs to be put in place. And we proposed an approach. We have listened to the commentary to what we proposed. And we look forward to additional commentary tonight. As I have said to you, council, in our listening, we will consider all that has been said, and we will come back to you with a proposal that we think can meet the considerations, hopefully, of comments that are made. May not get all the way there, because at the end of the day, we have to consider what we can do, the timing of when we think we can do it, capacity, and the financial considerations. But we are open, and I look forward to the comments tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any clarifying questions?
So tonight, essentially, this is the first reading of, it's the first
Yes.
official reading
Right.
of what was sort of suggested or pointed to last time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And we
Okay.
would come back to you, the second reading will be scheduled for the first meeting in October.
And the notion is to vote on something then, is that the idea?
Tonight? No.
No, in
A month
October,
now,
we
yeah.
will vote on. Okay.
Right, that would be our hope.
Okay.
Okay, so let us now open the public hearing. Mr. Dillahunt, we're ready for the first speaker. Are there any speakers who wish to address us on the question of the collective bargaining ordinance?
Mayor Snook, I see none in Zoom.
Okay, do we have somebody here who would like to speak to us? I recognize the face.
Hello, my name is Matthew Ray, and I'm here again today to ask council to amend the ordinance as it is currently written to get rid of restrictions on bargaining. Not just bargaining in benefits and discipline, but many other working conditions. We cannot bargain over other conditions that we cannot bargain over. And trust the city workers to build a better transit system. It takes a little bit of trust, for this to work, collective bargaining, both sides. Second is binding arbitration to settle disputes and negotiations, without which doesn't really give workers a say in their work life. I mean, it's really not just, if you don't have a neutral arbiter, third-party arbiter, I mean, it's not really a union to me. Third, we'd like to include our supervisors in the bargaining process. I heard a lot of talk about the police department, the fire department, having a resource to have representation for their supervisors. I haven't heard anything about transit. Shouldn't transit supervisors be included in that? I mean, they don't necessarily have to join the particular union with the folks under them, but they should have some kind of representation also. A lot of them aren't going to come up here and speak to you. So I'm doing it for them. And lastly, I would like to impress the council that there is an opportunity here to make a change in our city that will affect workers beyond the city of Charlottesville. And the city could set a standard for others in our region who can't ignore but have to try to emulate. I mean, this is Charlottesville. I've born here. Monticello visits. This is to me, is one of the birthplaces of democracy that we talked about tonight. I understand that we're a small city, but this is where it started. I don't understand why we can't have what they have in Northern Virginia, that we can't have what they have in Pennsylvania. I like to applaud the lady that spoke earlier about the crossing guards. I drive where she works. I applaud all of them for volunteering to go out there and do that. I'm sorry that they have to do that. I'll also tell you that with a little bit of media attention, we've got 6 trainees from what I counted in school bus. Why couldn't this have started in June? I don't understand that. I mean, that's school bus is near and dear to my heart. That's where I started. That is a hard job. And those folks deserve a lot more than what they get now. I mean, I'm a transit operator. We've always gotten a little bit more than school bus. I don't view it that way. They should get more than us. Now, I know a lot of drivers wouldn't back me up on that, but, school bus is a hard job. And that's something that we really need in the city, is we need our drivers back. So, I drive around every morning, and I'm telling you, it's not pretty. The traffic's backed up. It's not pretty. I understand what she's saying. I really do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Mayor Snook, we do have a couple of raised hands in Zoom.
All right.
Elizabeth Stark, you are on with council.
Hello, councilors. My name is Elizabeth Stark. I live in the Woolen Mills neighborhood of Charlottesville. I'm asking that you review the draft collective bargaining ordinance and make substantial changes. I want to echo what Mr. Ray said. We know that workers need more rights. We know that they need more leverage. It needs to be amended to allow workers to bargain over disciplinary procedures. After I spoke at the last council meeting on this issue, I actually had people reach out to me saying that they had experienced this at their work. They had experienced what it's like to not have leverage over these issues at their work, and that it was extremely challenging. We know that particularly with our bus drivers, with our CAT drivers like Mr. Ray and our city bus drivers, we know there's a significant issue with the city bus fleet. We need more drivers, and the way that we will get them is paying them what they're worth and giving them more leverage over their jobs, more say in how things are decided. This is a very conservative collective bargaining ordinance. It would be one of the most conservative in the state. Charlottesville has been a groundbreaking city in things, like the initial Police Civilian Review Board and things like that. This is another opportunity for us to be a small city that makes a difference, that puts workers first. This ordinance is far too weak for city workers, and frankly, it won't get the job done. We need to pay workers more and give them leverage at their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stark.
Emily Yen also has a raised hand.
Okay.
Emily, you're on with council.
Hi, my name is Dr. Emily Yen. I live in Charlottesville. I live on 506 Ridge Street. And I wanted to echo some of the same points that this ordinance is very weak for a collective bargaining ordinance. In fact, it is far weaker than any of the ordinances that have been passed in the state of Virginia. And I urge you to adopt the recommended changes that ATU submitted to you and requested, specifically around having binding arbitration, implementing, permitting disciplinary procedures as a topic of bargaining. I mean, this Charlottesville School Board has taken a number of steps to reduce racial disparities and unfair discipline for students in the Charlottesville public schools, especially in regards to suspensions and expulsions. And I mean, having unfair discipline at your workplace, there's quite a bit of empirical evidence suggesting that that there is racial disparities in this. And I really hope that City Council really takes this as an issue at hand, since being subjected to unfair discipline does have economic disadvantages and for workers, as well as putting them in a very precarious position. And I really hope you take this into consideration. I also urge you to allow workers to be able to bargain for benefits and to give them a guarantee that you are not going to unilaterally reduce benefits. One of the issues, I mean, it's really great that City Council is supportive of collective bargaining, but if you know, once you get to the bargaining table, since benefits is not a topic of bargaining, one could, you know, reduce, you know, the benefits and then end up at a net loss. And by permitting this as a topic of bargaining, this, you know, workers can bargain for these items comprehensively, so they're not going to be at a net loss. And I really hope that you take these issues into consideration as we conduct this, as you put together a final ordinance. The income disparities between white residents and Black residents is extraordinarily large. I mean, it's over $30,000 in median income, and I hope that City Council takes steps to ameliorate this huge disparity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I should ask, is there anybody else in the room here who would like to speak on this issue? Okay.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Daniel Summers. I have been with the City of Charlottesville for 11 years, driving with Cat in a school bus as well. And quite frankly, the way things are going right now, things are falling apart, you know, at the seams. I drive Cat and school bus, coincide with both throughout the week. It's very difficult to do what I do, but I do it for the children because I know that they need that transportation to school, as well as the community members of Charlottesville. They need transportation as well to go where they need to go, but if something's not done soon, things will fall apart. And I just want y'all to know that, you know, whatever y'all work on and talk about, action needs to be done, because if not, there will, you know, be different things that will be happening. You'll have people who won't want to work for the transit system if they don't see the collective bargaining and stuff like that taking place. And I just want to let you know that something needs to be done sooner than later. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Anybody else online?
Yes, Mayor Snook. Greg Weaver.
Okay.
Greg, you are on with council.
Hi, City Council. It's Greg Weaver in Price Spring. I'm calling first in support of city workers and their right to have a say in their working conditions. I believe council must pass strong CBO, not the watered down one that was presented last meeting. Truth is, I'm suspect of a city manager from a firm with anti-union history working with a consulting group with anti-union history who helped draft what he did and who said what he said this evening before public comment. The most glaring omission in the draft is the omission of allowing workers to bargain over disciplinary procedures. Not including such a clause in this ordinance leaves workers open to retaliation and discrimination. Further, council must grant bargaining immediately to all non-police employees instead of picking and choosing who gets to have a say in their working conditions. Emphasis on non-police, as police unionization has been historically dangerous, especially around bargaining over disciplinary procedures when it comes to racial discrimination and violence. So I believe that they should be omitted. Not making these adjustments at minimum would be a slap in the face to the people who keep the city running. It would tell them that they are undervalued and that their concerns don't really matter. I don't think you all believe that. I honestly don't think that you believe that. And so don't send workers that kind of message by passing something that's really watered down. I especially want to speak in support of CAT drivers unionizing. Over the past couple of months, I, along with members of the Eco-Socialist Committee of the Democratic Socialists of America chapter of Charlottesville, we've been out talking with riders. I'm not speaking for the committee or for CBIL DSA, just personal opinions, but the majority of folks we've had conversation with rely on CAT to get to work, to stores, to recreation, and get back home. It's never been clear to us that CAT at minimum provides a critical service to working, low-income, and unhoused individuals and families in this city. Our bus system is on the verge of collapse, right? There aren't enough drivers to get our kids to school. There aren't enough drivers to run CAT routes as they currently are. But the council has shown solid support for expanding CAT as evidenced in the budget you all passed. But if we don't have drivers, we can't meet those goals. So to that end, I'm asking you all to do the following in order to keep this critical system running and to set it up for success in the near future. 1, reallocate some of the money set for expanding CAT to increasing driver pay now. 2, I'll also use that money to adjust pay scales and make sure that veteran drivers are paid fairly. And 3, pass a strong CBO. These will help retention in the short term, as well as make CAT an attractive place to work. Granting drivers collective bargaining rights and say in their working conditions will also give them a distinct edge over other services such as UTS. Another takeaway from our conversations with riders that I want to leave you with is that they say they love their drivers. 2 people I spoke with in the last week were especially passionate about this. One who I'll call A says his favorite part about riding the bus is that drivers know his name. Another who I'll call R talked passionately about how friendly drivers are and how they work so hard 6 days a week and they deserve more pay. They deserve a right to have a voice in their workplace. You won't hear riders like this, like these voices here tonight, but they exist and they're plentiful and they must be considered. They love their drivers and there's good reason for that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Anybody else here in the room on the topic? Okay. Anybody else online?
Looks like we have Jen Du.
Okay.
Jen, you are on with council.
Hi there, this is Jen Du. I live in Fry Spring. I'm just also hopping on to voice my support for a much stronger collective bargaining ordinance. I support one that grants all non-police city employees the right to collectively bargain immediately, rather than granting some workers the right first while others would have to wait. And this right, as many others have mentioned too, should include bargaining over disciplinary procedures. Not including this provision really leaves workers vulnerable. A stronger ordinance that is at least at the level of others passed in Northern Virginia could meaningfully improve working conditions, which I think would help the city in attracting the workers it needs. For example, for our public buses and school buses, like many others have spoken about too. You all have shown that you care about improving both of these and understanding their impact on our community members who depend on these buses and the impact on public safety and even climate. But a huge step in improving area transit is actually attracting and keeping employees. I believe robust collective bargaining rights that help workers improve their wages and other conditions would help with our bus drivers' staffing shortage, and I'm sure other staffing shortages, and thus improve services and conditions for those who live and work here too. Our city workers, outside of the police, in my opinion, literally help our city run. They deserve to have trust and power in their workplace and a fair say in how they're treated here. That's all. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else out there?
And Brandon Collins,
Okay.
you are on with council.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Brandon Collins. I'm a lifelong resident of Charlottesville. Have 2 children here and 1 grown child who grew up here. And all 3 support every worker's right to join a union and to bargain collectively with their employer so long as they're non-police. I think the arguments for a stronger ordinance have been made really clear consistently to you all, and I got to say the process as was described by the city manager earlier really sounded like all the bosses got in a room and decided how they were going to let the workers organize, and I don't think that's fair. That's starting. You're hitting the ground, walking, as you say, already at unlevel playing field. The ordinance should have some control over disciplinary procedures, and workers should have the right to bargain over benefits. Without those, you're not really bargaining for much except for maybe pay. Workers need a full shake and a fair shot at bargaining for better working conditions across the board, because it's not always just money. They do need more money, particularly our drivers, and to recruit. That said, I do not support collective bargaining for police. I think in the city of Charlottesville, the police have already shown that they're quite well organized, and that they've had the power to get a police chief fired, among other things, simply by expressing their concern in various nefarious ways. And this council seems more than ready to grant more pay, better conditions for police without them needing an official union. Police are armed. They are involved in enforcing the law sort of arbitrarily at times, and are not the type of worker that demands a union. However, all city employees should have the right to form a union, not just fire and CAT. Though I do appreciate the concept of expediting the ability for CAT to get increase in pay as soon as possible, and to expedite the process of them voting to become a union. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Anybody else?
Mayor Snook, I see no additional hands.
Okay, so I'll now close the public hearing. Matter is now with council. Council, do you want to have discussion? I mean, the only thing we have to do is decide whether we want to carry it over to the September 19th meeting for a second reading at that point. Do we want to have discussion at this point of any of these issues?
October 6th for the next.
I'm sorry, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, because I'm a newbie still, so as we discuss and take on the hearing, the comments tonight, you'll reformulate perhaps what you're presenting for us on the 16th, or how does this work?
We'll come back with you with a proposal that takes into consideration the comments.
Got it. Yeah, I guess for me, and I've mentioned this personally, I support the police in the city. I support doing what we can to fill the positions that need to be filled and pay them well, and so forth. At the same time, I'm not sure they should be part of this first, the first 3 that are sort of out there as bargaining units, for a number of reasons that have been mentioned tonight. I think that transit especially and fire makes sense, and maybe the police at some later date. That's not a hill I'm going to die on or anything like that if we decide to go forward with the police being part of the first 3, but it's my sense that the community would prefer for the police to be later, if at all. I think, we've spoken about this face-to-face, and I know you mentioned it earlier in terms of pay disparity with, even outside of having a union, the pay disparities that we're dealing with, and not just in transit, but in other services too, when we're competing against the university and we're competing against the county and other places. My general view is, if we need to pay what it takes to provide the services that people in the community expect from us. And so I know y'all are working on that. It's a whole large topic, but I just want to signal my support for investing in our staff, investing in pay. I think it's a false distinction or whatever to sort of put pay against a budget. I understand the budgets are important. We have to meet our budgets. But I think that there's enough funding there, I would hope so, to be able to pay people well for the services that this community says that it wants. And I have heard from a number of people about CAT and the fact that it does seem to be on the precipice of just not being able to function. And I realize it's no one's fault. But that's just not acceptable. I mean, we need to have a transit system that works. And so I know everyone's working on it. I'm not fussing. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah. We certainly recognize that, and CAT is not. It's principally federal money, and that has restrictions, and you have to figure out how you're going to use that to accomplish this purpose. So we're working through that.
Okay.
Deputy City Manager Saunders and Director Garland Williams, along with the Human Resources Director, is focused on how we address CAT in the short term and not waiting for collective bargaining. Because we do have an immediate crisis. We're very much aware of that.
Yeah. I have a number of thoughts. A lot of them, I had shared last council meeting, and I'll share them again because I have many of the same concerns about the ordinance. I think if we look at the other localities in Virginia, it's an objective fact this would be the weakest in the state. We would be the only to not include no bargaining over benefits. There are others that didn't do binding arbitration over non-fiscal matters, but there were several that did. And just as concerningly, throughout the text of our collective bargaining ordinance, when I compare it to the other localities in Virginia, there's a lot of in-the-weeds stuff in terms about how the elections are held, how long pledge cards last, timing of elections that are much weaker than any other locality that I'd seen, and in my mind almost written to try to make it harder for a bargaining unit to form and limit what they can bargain over beyond even limiting the initial scope to only wages and not benefits. To me, I just strongly feel that should not be the approach we're heading. I do think there are legitimate concerns about staff capacity and fiscal impacts, and I think there are very important and real concerns about collective bargaining for police, specifically when it comes to bargaining over discipline, especially with new Police Civilian Oversight Board. But I just don't see how we can't address those concerns while at least matching what other localities in Virginia have done in terms of the structure of it, the scope of what can be bargained over in the specific texts, particularly because even if we wanted to, we can't do binding arbitration over fiscal matters. Right. So there couldn't be a fiscal impact. Even if we included binding arbitration, it will always come back to City Council for a vote, and it will be in our hands. When it comes to staff capacity, again, I'm just not fully seeing the connection between including benefits, improving the structure of elections to match what other localities have done. If there is a concern about staff capacity, we could phase it in and limit it to transit in fire department who have come forward with pledge cards, and first come, first serve, phase in anyone else who comes forward to us. My preferred route would be to have begin with 3 bargaining units, and the third is a general employee one rather than a police bargaining unit, if the concern is the number of units in terms of that impact on capacity. But to me, I'm very concerned about where it is right now on multiple fronts. One, there's the regional impact. I do think the school board, Albemarle County, and potentially other surrounding counties are going to look what we do. And if we make ours the weakest in the state, we are going to set the floor lower than it needs to be, which will impact those workers. But more importantly, I'm really concerned about our ability to recruit and retain employees if we go with this approach. We had initially said we were going to get this done a year ago, and CAT bus drivers waited for over a year, and they grit their teeth. They looked at our starting pay being about $17 an hour compared to Louisa County, which is 21, or Richmond City, which is 23 with collective bargaining rights and a union. And they decided to stay. In the beginning of this year, we had 40 school buses and I believe only 7 drivers for them. I'm very concerned that if we don't get this right, it will be the final thing that leads to additional school bus drivers deciding to leave the city. And I don't know if our bus system is going to be able to handle that. And more broadly, my philosophy on it is collective bargaining is a fundamental right of workers. It's a positive thing. There are real issues to work through, but my goal is to, the strongest it can be is the better, because I think collective bargaining is positive. And I think if our approach is how do we whittle it down, and if our view is collective bargaining is a negative thing that needs to be limited, it's going to have a lot of long-term negative impacts for the city. So all that said, I would say with where the proposal is now, I could not in good conscience vote for it or be able to look at our city employees and justify why I voted for it in its current state.
So I just want to chime in here as well, is that, you know, as I'm reading, hearing the presentation from staff last month, but also had the opportunity to listen to a group of representatives from that supports collective bargaining, and both of those meetings were very informative for me. And, you know, just as someone who's a 31-year employee, public employee, I'm just in reading and trying to figure everything out. Everything is just really, quite honestly, really confusing to see how this is going to be carried out. I too support, at least initially, transit and fire, if it works out that way. I think that I would like to see a change in the scope of bargaining and the binding arbitration. I need to really read that more to see what that would look like, to see what the impacts would be. But I'm on the fence about that, to see, you know, my position on that. I truly believe that collective bargaining can be an attractor of employees for the city of Charlottesville, but I'm trying to figure out the best way that it can be a selling point, because I truly believe that we need as much extra pizzazz in the city based on what we have been through over the last several years. And I think that this can do it if we do it right. And being a first, sometimes you just don't know. And so at least for me, a lot of the issues with staff, and when I met with the representative, we went point by point, and I listened. I didn't make any commitment to anything. I just listened because I wanted to take everything in. I found that that's best for me to absorb it, and then try to see where things land, and that's where I am now. And I think, Mr. Rogers, you said the 6th?
No, it's the 3rd, October 3rd.
Oh, 3rd. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And that's where I am now. So I still have a lot of internal debating to do on this, but the scope of bargaining, and I understand the issues of health care, that we get a lot of bang for our buck if we can go to that insurance company and say we have all of our employees instead of transit here, police here, and but I think that our employees need to at least have a seat at the table, perhaps. So anyway, these are the questionings I'm going back and forth in my mind, and I'm glad we don't have to make a decision tonight. So, but all of the input, and I know that the public may not believe that we're listening to them because we don't necessarily respond to every email or comment, but I know that I want everyone to rest assured that we're a council that listens to what we hear and what we receive in emails. It really does make a difference, and so thank you all for being engaged.
I have a couple of questions, I guess. One is that I went back and looked at the statute that talks about on which we would be relying to say no binding arbitration as to fiscal matters. The statute says it's 40.1-57.2, paragraph B. No ordinance or resolution adopted pursuant to subsection A, the place that says we can adopt such a resolution, shall include provisions that restrict the governing body's authority to establish the budget or appropriate funds. And I have interpreted that as meaning that there cannot be any piece of the agreement, including a binding arbitration clause, that says you've got a particular, or that there's no binding arbitration to figure out what the right pay level is, for example.
Right. That was the advice of our counsel. Is Robin, Mr. Dillahunt, is Robin Burrows on? Do you see?
I am, Mr. Rogers.
Yes, Robin. During our discussions, I remember Mr. Ames specifically providing the interpretation that binding arbitration was not allowed under the Virginia Code, under the law that authorized collective bargaining. Do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So I agree that with the language that you just read, that the law restricts the ability for binding arbitration to interfere with the right to establish the budget or appropriate funds. As has been pointed out, other Virginia localities have taken the position that allows binding arbitration in non-fiscal related matters. And so some of the Northern Virginia counties that have already passed ordinances have included some binding arbitration over non-fiscal matters as part of that.
What would be a non-fiscal matter?
That is a difficult line to draw. I think that you've pointed out the most clear fiscal matter is, for example, pay rates would be a fiscal matter. Benefits often touch on fiscal matters as well, because there's, of course, a cost to providing benefits. Non-fiscal matters like I said, it's a tough line to draw because to some extent, everything has some fiscal cost. Nothing is free, as I'm sure that the council knows. But non-fiscal matters can sometimes include discipline or negotiations over other sort of working conditions, sometimes safety policies, workplace policies often fall in non-fiscal matters. It really depends heavily on what the exact proposal is and how it's structured, whether or not that kind of fits into the fiscal realm.
So recognizing that, as you say, in theory, everything has a fiscal impact someplace to some degree, it would seem logical to me to say that certainly anything that directly governs pay would not be subject to binding arbitration. Anything that would have anything other than just sort of an incidental impact on benefits would probably not be subject to binding arbitration. The one concern that I guess I've got as I've been thinking about this more, people have talked many times about, tonight in particular, about wanting the ability to bargain over, and I think I remember, to have binding arbitration on the question of disciplinary procedures. And I wonder whether that is thought to mean that we would bargain over what the procedures ought to be, or that we would bargain over the outcome of a particular disciplinary procedure. And the latter would seem to me, I know that has been mentioned by the city manager, among others, as sort of the challenge to the authority of the city manager, fixed, I guess, at least by our code, if not necessarily by the state code,
Right.
that the city manager is the person who hires and fires, basically.
Right.
And I guess the question would be whether a collective bargaining agreement could be made that would compromise that ability of the city manager to direct who gets hired and fired.
I think that, let's be clear that collective bargaining coexists with the council manager form of government, all around the country. The city with our current personnel rules even, the third step of the grievance process is with the appeal to the city manager. And the city manager's decision then is whether to support a department head or a ruling or not. And if the grievant disagrees with the city manager's ruling, then we have currently a personnel appeal board that it goes to, and a group of citizens appointed by council. I think that even in collective bargaining, the role of the city manager, at least from our standpoint, would certainly be at the table bargaining to preserve that position, and that the city manager is in the grievance process. It doesn't go from a department head to, some other place. It has to stop by the city manager's desk in order to recognize and preserve the city manager's role under the charter in terms of firing and hiring and disciplinary decisions.
I guess the question that I'm asking is in part a theoretical question, and that is whether section 40.1-57.2 paragraph A trumps everything else in the code except paragraph B. And the reason it doesn't trump paragraph B is that paragraph B specifically says no ordinance or resolution adopted pursuant to subsection A shall. How do we reconcile paragraph A with the rest of the code? Do we assume that they are supposed to coexist, or that one ranks higher than the other? Asking the attorney here.
I think that this is a question that we'll have to wait to find out the answer for. None of the other localities that have adopted collective bargaining that I'm aware of have tested this language so far. And it is, of course, very, very new. I'm not aware of any court cases that are interpreting it yet. I think we can all just take our best guess right now about what this would look like if it were challenged. I think that the thing that we do know right now is that this council gets a lot of latitude in how it structures the bargaining ordinance, except for the handful of things that the Virginia statute outlines as something that can't be touched. So I don't know how a court would rule regarding the question of kind of what is a fiscal issue and how does that work with binding arbitration. I think another outstanding question is how Virginia's Arbitration Act intertwines with potential binding arbitration through a collective bargaining agreement. One untested sort of aspect of this is that the Virginia Arbitration Act doesn't allow much reviewability in a court system of an arbitration decision. So for example, you're mentioning disciplinary proceedings. In a hypothetical disciplinary proceeding that goes to binding arbitration, for example, would be extremely difficult for either the city or an employee to appeal that arbitration decision up to a court. In many states, even binding arbitration is reviewable for under the standard of arbitrary or capriciousness, that an arbitrator can't make an arbitrary or capricious decision. But Virginia's arbitration statute restricts a lot of the reviewability of these sorts of decisions. So I think that there's also a question about how that would interact with potential binding arbitration over collective bargaining issues. And we just don't know yet is the answer, because the statute is new and it's not been tested yet.
Well, and the arbitration statute is relatively new also, and there are very few cases decided under it. Though what I've always understood was that the Arbitration Act that Virginia has makes it very difficult indeed to overturn an arbitration award. It lists you can vacate an award if the award was procured by corruption, fraud, or other undue means, if there's evident partiality by an arbitrator appointed as a neutral, corruption in any of the arbitrators, or misconduct. The arbitrators exceeded their powers. They refused to postpone the hearing when there was good cause to postpone it, or there was no arbitration agreement at all in the first place. In other words, there is never an opportunity for a reviewing court to say, but the arbitrator got it wrong.
Agreed. And I think that there's actually case law out there that specifically says courts cannot review arbitrators' decisions for misinterpretation of the law.
So one of the things that people have been complaining a great deal about has been the notion that police officers should get, that we should allow a police union. And one of the examples that is often used is the difficulties that there are in firing bad cops, and the fact that bad cops often appeal through arbitration processes, and the arbitrators hand them back their jobs. And so now the police chief says, what's the point? I can't enforce my own rules, and so on. And part of my concern about all of this is trying to figure out what we're really saying we're not going to allow to be the subject of arbitration. If we say we're not going to allow the outcome of a disciplinary proceeding to be the subject of arbitration, then, or binding arbitration, then we have left intact the power of the city manager under other code provisions to decide who works and who doesn't. On the other hand, if we say that the outcome of the disciplinary procedure can be the subject of binding arbitration, then that has the power to basically force the city to continue to pay somebody that the city doesn't really want on the staff. Right. And that's the piece that concerns me, and it concerns me in part because of what we have seen historically with police officers. And let me say in all of this that I have, this would be a very different argument to be having, I think, if we had a history of serious police violence in Charlottesville, which we really don't. Right. There have been some obviously regrettable incidents, but not a broad history of a lot of this kind of stuff. And I mention this because Jeff Fogel sent along an article from the Washington Post that had a number of links to a number of studies that I read last night that talk about the fact that historically police officers who are represented by unions are more likely to have excessive force complaints, more likely to be on the losing end of 1983 actions, that kind of thing, suggesting that it is that they come to regard their union membership as an empowering or almost an immunizing kind of a trait. And I'm trying to figure out in my own mind how to move forward. And I'll also say the other concern that I've got is that when it comes right down to it, I don't think that we have two classes of employees, police officers and everybody else. And that's in essence what this argument becomes, to say because police officers have done bad things in the past, mostly other places, we're going to treat them differently. We're not going to allow them the right to unionize. We're not going to allow them the right to collectively bargain. And I'm really bothered by the attempt to make that distinction. I think that if we were to say we're not going to have binding arbitration of the results of a disciplinary procedure, that takes away the sense of impunity that some police officers in other jurisdictions may have been feeling, that said, hey, I can go ahead and beat up whoever I want and nobody's going to be able to fire me. So I think that I have real problems with the idea that we would say that everybody else gets to have a union but not police officers.
Mayor Snook, just a couple questions. I don't know if Councilor McGill, I don't think they've weighed in as well either. But, to that point, do you think those are things that cannot be addressed while still matching what other localities in Virginia have done, which would still be weaker than what has been standard for decades nationally? And on the police point, what would you make of the argument that there's a qualitative difference with the police because they have a monopoly on the use of violence and there's no other employee who could have the legal authority to kill you, combined with the fact that we, in the opposite direction, the way this is written right now, we are saying that there's two classes of employees. It's just in the other direction, where we're allowing police to unionize, but not all the other employees.
Well, first of all, my understanding was that the original suggestion, I'm not going to defend the particular draft that they've presented, but let's just talk about the distinction that you're trying to draw. The fact that a police officer carries a gun, to me, doesn't change the question, doesn't change anything else about the employment relation. It doesn't mean we pay them more or less. It doesn't mean we give them certain rights or deny them certain rights. It means that they are required in doing their job to be held to a standard that emphasizes the great trust we're giving to them, and that if they are not able to comport themselves in a way that justifies that trust, then that's part of what can be considered in the discipline of a police officer. But I don't see any reason, just because they get to carry a gun, that we say, oh, okay, therefore you get no employee protections.
Well, I don't think that's what we'd be saying unless we're defining.
Well, you would be drawing a distinction that effectively means if you carry a gun, you don't get the same rights that other people do.
Well, I would say that there could be greater consideration of the role of discipline and accountability for use of force. I would say there is a distinction if you carry a gun and can, in some circumstances, legally use violence. I would say there. Well,
that gets.
We're getting a little in the weeds, but
that gets to the standard of how you discipline a police officer, but it doesn't get to the question of whether they ought to have the right to unionize.
I guess well, first of all, Councilor McGill hasn't had a chance to speak. The only thing I'd say about the police very quickly is that ultimately, I'm with you, Mayor Snook, in terms of the fact that it's difficult to draw a principal distinction between the two groups. For me, it's more just a sort of process question, or where this community is at this point in time, and whether putting the police in the first sort of tranche of units that can bargain makes sense, given the fact that we've got a new police chief coming on. We're trying to get this PCOB actually doing what we want it to do. Does it make sense right now to insert one more wrinkle, substantial wrinkle in the whole thing? And I would say, if I were the city manager, which I'm not, thankful for the whole city, it would seem to me the prudent thing would be to wait on that piece until later.
Well, and I kind of agree with you in that respect, but that's a different argument.
Understood. Completely understand.
From what Michael was making.
Yeah, and I was agreeing with both of you, I think.
If I may, let me hone in on something. Councilmember Payne kind of framed it that it was police, fire, and transportation and nobody else, like we cared about nobody else. If you recall, the whole premise was our capacity to get started.
Yeah.
And we acknowledged that certainly there were other unions, but we were putting in a time frame for accomplishing that. I don't want to be blocked into the narrative that we are supporting just 3 unions and don't support collective bargaining for the rest of the employees. That is absolutely not correct. And I think that in discussing this, we ought to go back to what I said and the very basis for why we approached the ordinance as we did, and it gets down to our capacity. The other thing about police, if you recall that looking at the ordinances from several of the other jurisdictions, they all started with, I think, Fairfax and Loudoun, and Robin, you may have a couple of others that also included police and as named bargaining units from the start. So in that regard, our proposed ordinance is not different from several of the others. Another thing that in the document tonight that we provided, we did an update of the memo, and we provided the population and the budget and the number of employees for each of those jurisdictions. You may not think the fact that we are the smallest of the group matters, but it does in terms of our ability to get this done all at once. And it would not be a pretty show if we put in that position. We've got to stage this.
Yeah, change management is a thing.
Right.
It needs to be done well, and this is a big change that we're talking about. And
Yes.
I certainly appreciate and respect what you're saying, trying to be thoughtful about this whole thing. I think, we're all trying to stumble our way forward. This is new, and we want to do the right thing, and we certainly care for the frontline workers. I think it's, I don't know, not wanting to let the perfect be the enemy of more than the good enough, and seeing this as we will have more times, I hope, over the course of the next years as we figure this out and get better at it, to make improvements, to expand what is the scope of able to be bargained. I guess there's concern from some, and I'll look to you, Councilor Payne, in terms of if we don't sort of stake out our claim from the get-go, that we might not ever be able to revisit it. And I guess I can see the concern for that. But on the other hand, this is really a remarkable thing that in Charlottesville, Virginia, we're trying to make this happen, and we're committed to something. So I know that's a lot for people to sort of say, trust me on, but I personally am committed to making collective bargaining work. At the same time, you know, I work in an organization, I've worked in Fortune 50 organizations, and I know what you're talking about. If you don't do the change management piece right, the whole thing could fall apart, and that would be the worst outcome, which is one reason for me why, you know, I'm sorry, Sina wants to talk, but I still think that the benefits piece, I can't see how in the world we would make that work in terms of having multiple bargaining for that. Sorry.
Councilor McGill.
I guess I've just been pretty clear. I think that this is much weaker than I was hoping for. Even starting out of the gate, I understand that we need to, this is bringing about change, and therefore we do have to be cautious and careful as we bring change about. But I think we're also forgetting that our employees are taxpayers, that our employees are members of this government, and most people don't go into government to get rich. They go into government to serve. And I believe that our employees deserve a stronger collective bargaining ordinance than what is being presented. I think discipline and workplace should be part of it. That is how progressive change is often made in organizations, is through unions. And I don't think the employees are going to be trying to ask for anything that is going to hurt the city. And I know that it is important, especially when there's chains of command, that people feel that they have somebody who is representative of them and who has their back when something goes wrong, or when something comes up that's a rule that they don't understand and confuses them. That doesn't mean that somebody who is embezzling money from the city is not going to get fired. But that does mean that maybe some young person who comes to work with a nose ring won't get fired. I know that's not our policy, but if it wasn't, again, I'll bring this up, I've brought it up a number of times, if it wasn't for my union representative, I would have been fired in 1990 or 1991 when I got my nose pierced. That is laughable now in 2022, but back then it was against policy, and it's something that someone could get fired over. So I want to see this ordinance have disciplinary assistance in it for employees. I want to see our employees have the ability to fight with some teeth. So that's.
Councilor McGill, how do you feel about the benefits piece?
I think we can work with our employees on that. I think if we bring that forward and people are understanding that, I'm not hearing anybody complain about the benefits we currently have. What everyone wants to do is be able to save the benefits down the road. And frankly, having worked in places where my benefits doubled, but my raise only went up, 10 cents, it meant that I actually lost money. So I think benefits are hand in hand with pay.
Okay.
One thing that I hope we will remember, because I'm virtually certain it will turn out to be true, is that probably before the first negotiation actually takes place, it will already be clear and already be known that city pay is going up significantly because of the wage compensation study is going to result in, by the end of the year, the data necessary to begin to say, good Lord, we are 20% under the market, or whatever the answer is. and we're going to get there. We're going to deal with that 20% regardless of whether we've got a union involved. Now, I'm not saying we need to slow down one process or another, but let's be clear that when we end up with significant pay increases, as I frankly expect we will by the end of the year or first month or two of the coming year, by the time we get there, it's not going to be because there was a union. It's going to be because we're getting killed in the marketplace.
That's right.
And the union, so I mention that only because, that particular change, that increase in pay generally has to come before, not logically, but just in terms of what's going to happen in the workplace. It will come before we get into the bargaining process.
In terms of our cadence of how a number of these actions are unfolding, we should receive the compensation study results at the end of the year, late November, early December. It will define where we are in the marketplace. It will define the competitiveness gap. And the decision we will have to make is how much of that gap, we can afford to make up by our decision. And whatever we don't make up, then when we sit down at the table, that will be the subject of discussion. But it will be something less than what the top gap is.
Yeah, and there may well be some decisions made that change the structure of the way that we pay folks.
Yes. Yeah.
Before the first union negotiation takes place.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, and let me say, overall, I agree with those who say we should be looking at all of, and particularly, frankly, until Michael mentioned it earlier, when he and I were talking earlier today, I hadn't thought to look at things like how the pledge cards get handled and time deadlines and that kind of thing. And I'm going to have to go back and look at that because I have not. I've been sort of more interested in kind of global issues, but I think that there are certainly some things there that can be tightened up and dealt with in a way that will make it seem less onerous of a burden to try to organize, because I don't think anybody here wants it to be onerous. The issue that I'm still grappling with, and I completely understand the issue about the not wanting to be seeming to negotiate details of a benefits package that is already individualized to the Charlottesville workforce and is therefore already a smaller pool than virtually any other employment pool that you're going to look at. But as long as we are recognizing that there is not going to be binding arbitration of benefits that incur financial costs, and by that I would certainly mean gross characteristics of a benefits package. As long as we recognize there's not going to be binding arbitration on that, I certainly think that we could say we will have that be a subject of discussion and can be a subject of negotiation, but everybody will just sort of recognize that, as somebody, maybe Sina said, that I think that the folks generally are fairly satisfied with the benefits package. What they want to make sure of is they don't lose the benefits package. And that is certainly something that is, if you look at the places that have gone belly up in bad times, it usually starts with cutting the benefits packages to unions. So I think that it makes sense that stays in the package of things we can talk about. Again, recognizing that changes may be very difficult to make given the small size of our workforce, But that as long as council retains the ability, which under the Virginia ordinance would seem to be, as long as council retains the ability to say, no, we're not going to be subject to binding arbitration on something like that, it remains our decision. I think that's an important piece. But as long as we keep that, let's go ahead and leave benefits in there to talk about. I don't.
Yeah, I guess I would be interested in hearing more from, the HR folks about what that looks like in reality. I mean, I think it's one thing to sort of say, and I don't disagree with you, Mayor Snook, but I think organizational capability, maybe this is something we say, well, 3 or 4 years from now, we'll have the staff to be able to do this, but I envision it would be quite an effort to pull off the sort of making benefits not something that's standard across an organization of 1,000 people.
Yeah. But no one's saying that would happen. And there again, there's no binding fiscal arbitration to require that to happen.
Yeah, but why posit it as a possibility if then we're not saying that you say it might not happen? Well, then why add it as an option because thinking that ultimately it won't happen anyway?
Well,
I mean, how is that fair to workers to say going into it, you can argue about this, but in reality, that's not going to really.
I think there's 2 levels. One, the only thing to bargain over regarding benefits is not solely changing the benefits package. And 2, you brought up this point earlier, and I do think it's important. I think it's important we get it right because I think a reality of institutions is path dependency. And I think decisions we make at the beginning do have a very high likelihood, as is usually the case in public policy, of becoming harder to change over time. And it's much more common that things are clawed away rather than added over time.
Fair enough.
Certainly one of the things that sometimes changes in labor union negotiations over benefits is like benefits for retirees. In many cases, there were generous benefits for retirees, and then they get pared back, or then suddenly you've got to start making co-payments and sharing in the cost of premiums and things like that. So there are things other than just changing the nitty-gritty of what gets paid for by the insurance.
Sina has her hand up.
Thanks. I would also say that benefits are directly related to salary. Too often we forget that when people get raises, a lot of times their benefits costs also go up. And we need to be looking at that as a whole picture and as the whole package of what somebody receives and what it costs the city. So by separating benefits out of it, we're not looking at the true cost of the employee or the true pay of what the employee gets. And it might come a time that we have more employees that have dependents who want to have a better benefit package that addresses their dependents. Or later on, we might have more employees at some point who have elders who they are caring for, and they would rather have a benefit that has something to do with elder care. So I think we need to be making that as part of the whole pay, because when you go to a job that's a career, you don't just look at how much you're making, you look at the whole package.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's as someone's in that field, they really look at the entire packet, because you can have a great health care benefit and maybe get $4,000 or $5,000 less, and you realize that you may be equal coming out ahead. And I just want to add, and I think that this discussion is very important as we move into this. And again, Charlottesville is on the cutting edge of these things, and I think it's due diligence that we ask these questions. I think that that several people mentioned this tonight about the equity of it, and I think that this will also have the could have the benefit, again, if we do this right, and I think that we are, because we're asking these critical questions now, and I know that we're pushing our staff to address them, and I applaud them for it, but I think it will have the benefit of addressing some equitable issues that I know as a public employee that just exists, and not only exists in public, but on all facets of the employment world. So that will be something that we have heard not only tonight, but certainly over the last 4 or 5 years.
So, part of the benefit of all of this discussion is to, give some suggestions to the city manager, and where things, if you counting noses on various issues, seeing where this all comes out. But in any event, I think we ought to certainly carry it to the October 3rd meeting. And in the meantime, I don't know how this works exactly. Mr. Rogers, maybe somebody else can enlighten me. When we say, yes, let's carry it, I assume that we can freely amend what gets carried when we get to October 3rd.
Yes.
Without having to re-advertise, re-public hear, and so on.
Right, that's my understanding.
Yeah.
But Lisa Robertson is on, if she can confirm that. I did ask that question, if she, Lisa, do you hear the question?
That's correct. Changes can be made, yes.
Okay. Is there some limit, like you can't add something to the collective bargaining ordinance that deals with an issue of crime or something? I mean, it's got to be relevant to.
No, there are some rules that are unique to zoning actions that because of state law restrict what types of things you can change between the public hearing and when you take action, but that wouldn't apply here. So I think it will be a matter for City Council to decide, depending on how many changes City Council is interested in making, whether or not you want to hold additional public hearings after you make motions to edit specific provisions in the ordinance. So that will be up to City Council. You certainly could have additional public hearings, but there's no legal restriction that would require it.
Nor is there any requirement that we even have another public hearing if we have made amendments, or right. we don't have to say, just because we say we're carrying it to October 3rd doesn't mean we can't carry it again to October 17th or
Correct.
November or whatever.
Right.
That's right.
Okay. So, is there agreement to carry it to the October 3rd meeting for a second reading?
Yes.
And I think it's fair to say it should not be on the consent agenda.
Correct.
Okay. Sound good to you, Michael?
Yes, but
subject to amendment.
Yeah.
Sina, how about you?
Yeah, I also do want to just reiterate too, I forgot to mention before, that we need a really clear definition on what we consider temporary, because we have had temporary employees in our employ that have not been temporary.
Right.
And this is one of the things that needs to be rectified. And so it might be that some temporary employees are allowed into collective bargaining if they've been here for more than so many months.
Yeah, and
So one thing I'll note is that in your updated City Council agenda materials, there were some suggested amendments along those lines from the city's new HR director, and those amendments would correct the circumstances that we're now trying to remedy overall. So it's a tightening up of the definitions to reflect, who actually, is an hourly worker versus seasonal, to actually give definitions to some of the terms that we've been using incorrectly.
That language, Councilmember McGill, is on page 84 of your agenda. It's in the middle of the page.
Okay, which,
Temporary employees means an employee who works
Right.
variable hours but fewer than 20 hours per week and fewer than 36 weeks a year.
okay. Is that in the collective bargaining presentation, the CB ordinance? or the
Yes,
agenda memo?
it's in the memo.
It's
the
in the
cover memo.
packet.
Okay, the agenda memo,
Right.
okay.
Page 84 of the packet.
My packet doesn't
I'm
do
sorry, go
that.
ahead.
I don't have a page 84 that I can find.
Okay. I guess my question is, we have talked about the seasonal and temporary employee situation for a while, and I wonder whether doing it almost in a backhand way in the process of discussing collective bargaining is really the way we ought to decide that question. I sort of feel like we ought to be having a more detailed discussion of what that's going to mean, not only in terms of this ordinance, but in terms more broadly for the city. I mean, how many employees are we talking about? What departments are they in? How many of them are in the situation of people who put 2 or 3 jobs together to get 40 hours?
Yeah, that is done, that definition evolves from our new proposed personnel rules that are being worked on by the personnel director, human resource director. Ms. Hardy, are you on? You want to speak to that? I don't know if she's still on. Yeah, there she is.
I am, sir. Yes, we are in the process of, specifically with the temporary, the classification language, cleaning that up. So we are definitely making some updates to that and wrapping up our process with our personnel policies, Councilor McGill.
So it's not the
Thank you.
collective
And I
bargaining
know this
ordinance
is
that's driving it. It's the overall consideration of what should be a definition for all employees.
And that is wonderful. I am grateful for that. I know this is a pretty big issue that has been inherited. And I just, as we were looking at the collective bargaining, I just didn't want to make it worse. And so that this is kind of that time period to really sit down and rectify some of these things. And I really appreciate the work you're doing on this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are those terms defined anywhere else in our code? Seasonal employee, temporary employee?
Lisa, what's your thought on that?
So part of the problem is that we haven't had clear definitions, but what Ms. Hardy is trying to make sure is that all of the different provisions of the code will work together. So we have the personnel regulations that are under the purview of the city manager. Then we have the sections of the code that deal with the retirement plan that, deal with, who can get retirement benefits. We want to make sure the terminology there matches up with the personnel regulations. And then as we add collective bargaining on top of those two things, part of the reason Ms. Hardy offered these amendments is very specifically to make sure that the terms we're using in a possible collective bargaining ordinance are consistent with what's in the retirement ordinance and in the personnel regulations that are being updated. So we're very conscious of this, but in terms of legal definitions, there's no concrete definition that I'm aware of, but there are best practices. And for example, it's just understood that in most normal sets of personnel regulations, a seasonal worker really only works a few weeks per year or a few months per year, such as a lifeguard during the summer or something like that. So there are commonly understood definitions that Ms. Hardy is well familiar with and brings knowledge of best practices under SHRM and her professional organizations. And that's what we're trying to work with. And then finally, there is some provision in the state code that talks about employees at will, you know, really not having a definite term associated with their employment, except for employees who might be employed for up to a year in sort of a temporary position. So there's really no standard set of personnel policies in which a temporary position goes on and on and on and on. So we're deferring to Ms. Hardy to help us work out definitions that are appropriate, but they will be very different than what we've been using.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if perhaps we could move on in the agenda, given that it's 9 o'clock.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, it seems to me that what Ms. Hardy's doing is long overdue, and we're grateful that she's here to do it. And once we have basically what you're describing are a professional set of normal rules, then we can integrate that into. And I hope to have a presentation on that in the future. Honestly, what the new HR.
Okay.
looks
So,
like.
I think we have agreement to carry it to October 3rd, and we'll put it on the regular agenda, the action agenda.
All right.
Anybody need to stand up and take a break, or you want to keep plugging along? We have at least one vote for a break. Okay. Let's see. It's about 9:01. Let's start no later than 9:10.
All right.
We're in recess for the moment. Okay. All right, so it is now 9:12. I said we're going to come back to order at 9:10. Shall we come back to order?
Yes.
All right, coming back to order, the next item on the agenda is for consideration of ending the locally declared state of emergency for COVID-19. Ms. Robertson?
Yes, good evening, everyone. So item number 11 on your agenda asks you to consider enacting a resolution that would end the locally declared state of emergency that City Council authorized the city manager to declare back in March of 2020. As noted in your agenda materials, the locally declared emergency is a procedure that primarily is used to make the public aware of a serious situation, to make the city eligible for certain state and federal funding in case of disaster or emergency situations, and to confer certain types of extended fiscal or procurement powers on the city manager. But it doesn't otherwise alter anything having to do with how the city does business or the roles or responsibilities of public officials. And according to state law, once a state of local emergency is declared, it continues indefinitely until City Council takes action to announce that in City Council's judgment, all actions necessary to address the emergency have been taken. Also, as noted in the agenda materials, in June of 21, the governor allowed the declared state of emergency to expire at the state level. And then on March 16th of 2022, this year, the Albemarle County Board of Supervisors took action to end its own locally declared state of emergency. So Charlottesville is one of the last jurisdictions to not to have taken action to end the original declared state of emergency. If you do this, what will that mean? As I said, the declaration of emergency in and of itself didn't create any additional powers or authority. While there is an ongoing state of local emergency, City Council can act through other means to authorize actions necessary to address the emergency. So at the beginning of COVID, of the COVID pandemic, one way that City Council did this was to adopt an ordinance to prevent the spread of the disease. And that ordinance was repealed by City Council in April of 2021. And so the last remaining ordinance that actually implemented any measures to address the emergency is what we call the Continuity of Government Ordinance. This ordinance was originally enacted in March of 2020, and it was enacted during a period of time in which the Freedom of Information Act did not make provisions for entirely virtual meetings to do business. So Charlottesville, like other localities, used the continuity of government enabling legislation to adopt provisions about how public meetings would be conducted during a time period when people couldn't safely gather together. But since that time, the General Assembly has updated the FOIA legislation, and now most of the measures that were addressed in your continuity of government ordinance, the current version of which will expire 2 days from now, September 8th. Most of the provisions for public meetings are now accommodated by updated provisions in the state's FOIA law. And so at this time, staff has not been able to identify any measures that are ongoing related to protection of the public or city employees from the spread of COVID that couldn't otherwise continue to be implemented under the updated provisions of FOIA or under City Council's general authority to manage its public spaces and to make regulations to prevent the spread of contagious diseases. So at this time, it is the recommendation of staff that City Council adopt the resolution attached to your agenda materials that would end the locally declared state of emergency, and that staff, the clerk of council, and I, as city attorney, would work together with the city manager to come up with a set of electronic meeting procedures or public meeting procedures applicable to boards and commissions that would establish sort of a uniform policy on when and how electronic meetings would be conducted going forward. Right now, anyone who would like to continue having virtual meetings can do so. We just need to get a standard set of procedures in place. And anyone who would like to have an in-person meeting can do so as long as there is appropriate space available on city premises, there's sufficient staff to support the meeting and manage necessary protocols, and that the spaces that might be available in City Hall are appropriate in terms of capacity to provide some spacing between people, special cleaning procedures, whatever is necessary to continue to attempt to prevent the spread of COVID and other infectious diseases. So the recommendation is that at this time it's appropriate for council to consider ending the locally declared state of emergency and to move on to managing meetings of boards and commissions in a more standardized, durable procedure.
Thank you. Councilors, questions?
So this means that the Retirement Commission will continue to be able to meet, for example, virtually going forward?
They could, yes.
Okay.
We need to give them a procedure. FOIA allows all virtual meetings so long as they're done under a FOIA compliant administrative procedure.
Yeah. So I know that I think we talked about with that particular commission moving to being back in person, and what you're describing tonight sounds like you all have thought about this and say it makes more sense to continue to allow these commissions to meet virtually. It's certainly more convenient for me, for sure, than having to get down here on a Wednesday morning for a in-person meeting.
So I'm sure that there will be various boards and commissions are going to have various desires. One lasting impact of COVID, I think, is that many members of the public, while they may wish for the occasional opportunity to be present in person at a meeting, many people enjoy the ability to be able to virtually attend public meetings. And one thing we've shared with council over the last couple of years is that the greatest impact on staff resources is a meeting that is both conducted in person and virtually. So these hybrid meetings require a setup in the room that you have, and it requires some amount of staff to manage the meeting in a way that allows public participation both in the room and virtually. So it is the hybrid meetings that creates the greatest burden on staff. So one thing we need to do with a set of policies and procedures is to allow for boards and commissions to have some flexibility, but also ask them to consider, whenever possible, having a number of meetings be all virtual, particularly meetings where they will primarily be discussing things among themselves versus having a meeting at which some amount of public input is actually necessary. So I think what we should do is for the boards and commissions that are city council, are established by city council, I think what we should do is put together this procedure and bring it back to city council for consideration at council's next meeting. And that way it will be blessed by city council itself, and it can be sort of a standardized procedure. And then going forward, one of the projects that's underway in cooperation with a group of students from the law school is work on a more standardized set of bylaws that can be used by all of the city's boards and commissions. And eventually this particular procedure can be rolled into those as well.
Excellent.
Other questions? Is there a motion on the ordinance?
Yes. I move the resolution ending the local emergency declared by the city manager on March 12, 2020 in response to the coronavirus 2019.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Thomas, take the vote.
Councilor McGill?
Yes.
Councilor Payne?
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston?
Yes.
Mayor Smook?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. And let me say that this has been one of those issues for the last 2.5 years that we have every 6 months had to revisit and re-agonize over, and I am glad that we have gotten to a point where we don't have to agonize over it anymore. And I hope that it doesn't come back and make us re-agonize over it anymore. And thank you to Ms. Robertson and others for their conscientious attention to these little details. Our next resolution, endorsing the application of the Albemarle Charlottesville Regional Jail Authority for Community-Based Corrections Plan Needs Assessment and Planning Study. Colonel Coomer, good to see you again. It's been so long.
Man. It has. Yes, tonight I believe I'm item 12 on the agenda, and the resolution is in the packets. It's also in the public packet. I'm here tonight to ask the board to approve the resolution. The resolution essentially states to the Board of Local and Regional Jails that the 3 member jurisdictions are formally requesting that they consider our community-based corrections plan, and if approved, that they provide 25% reimbursement for eligible costs. I want to be clear, this does not bind the city or any of the member jurisdictions to fully fund the project. This is merely a formality in the community-based corrections plan process that states that if we want to seek the 25% reimbursement, we have to formally request it.
And if we don't, we have to pay for it ourselves.
That is correct. If we do not seek the 25% reimbursement, however, when we decide to continue with the project, we will not receive any state funding, and we will be required to shoulder the full cost of the renovation and expansion.
Are there any clarifying questions, Colonel Coomer?
I think it was in the presentation, but what are the specific decision points after this that would come before council? Is it just one decision point in front of council over the total funding amount, or are there other decision points?
That is correct. If, assuming everything stays on schedule, and to be honest, right now things are actually behind schedule with the Board of Local and Regional Jails. They haven't had a quorum for the last couple of meetings to actually take up any business matters, but I believe that's been settled. So over the next few months, they will put under advisement and look at our application we submitted back in June. And we hope by December or early of next year, they'll have made a decision to approve the 25% reimbursement. And if they do, and when they do, I will come back at the next available meeting to ask the city council to fully fund the project at that time.
our portion of the project.
That is correct. Yes, thank you very much. And your portion of the project will be based on the percentage of inmates you have inside of the facility at that time. And it will vary year by year. It will go up or down based on the percentage of your population.
And was our portion, assuming there was the 25% from the state, around 5 million?
That is correct. The assumptions we presented previously, or actually this afternoon, were based on the assumption it's a 20-year bond at a 4% interest rate, and assuming that we receive a 25% reimbursement. The total cost is $49 million minus the estimated $12 million in reimbursable cost, and then the $36 million spread up over the 3 jurisdictions based on their population.
I am happy to make a motion. I move the resolution endorsing the application of the Albemarle Charlottesville Regional Jail Authority for a community-based corrections plan needs assessment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So it's on the floor. One point I think we need to make is that the decision about whether a mentally ill person goes to jail is not the jailer's decision. It is a judge's decision, or it is a prosecutor's decision to ask for it, but ultimately it's a judge's decision. And a lot of the critics that we've heard from by email and today on public community matters, a lot of the critics forget that it is not up to the jail or to the city council to decide that we're going to imprison people with mental illness. It is, frankly, in most cases, the product of judges having in some cases, judges having no good choice of how they want to deal with somebody. In some cases, it's a problem that there is no other way to protect society from someone who is mentally ill, because we have no way to compel them to receive treatment when they're on the outside. And I've just been thinking about this in particular because I've got a client I'm going to court with tomorrow who's in exactly that situation. Mental illness, will not take his medication when he's out and keeps committing crimes, and we have no way of forcing him, or at least the civil authorities have not yet figured out a way to force him to take any medication, and thereby to keep him from being a danger. And I do mean a danger, attacking people. There are some situations like that where people like that, where we don't have a good alternative, and I don't like it. The prosecutor doesn't like it. We just don't know what else to do. So the point that I'm making, though, is that that's not ultimately a decision that anybody at the jail makes. It's not a decision that we on city council make. It's a decision that's made by prosecutors and judges and others. And I think the only thing we can do is to make sure that if they are going to require that somebody with a mental illness be locked up, that we at least are trying our best to have some way of getting those people at least some help. It may not work very often, and it probably doesn't work very often.
Yeah, and to be clear, this jail needs the investment, just in terms of its infrastructure.
Right.
So this is definitely needed and humane to invest in the infrastructure of this building to make sure that it can house people such that they are able to eventually be readmitted into our community.
And I guess the way I'm thinking about it, which is maybe wrong, and I'm open to discussion, feedback with the community, but one, this vote tonight is not the binding final vote on the full project and the full cost of the project. In fact, if we didn't do this, it sounded like you all are already submitting this on your own to the state. And I guess how I'm thinking of it is the emails we've gotten from the community, I think, raise a very true point that the number one provider of mental health services in Virginia across the state is jails. And that's a sign of a completely broken, dysfunctional system, what has chosen not to invest in mental health care services. And how I'm thinking of it, and again, maybe I'm wrong, is the amount of money we're spending is $5 million. If we divert that $5 million, will that be enough money to fix the institutional problems at a local, state, and federal level to completely change that system? And to me, I just don't see how that is. And that means that people are still going to end up in this jail completely outside of our control. And it means, do we have any level of mental health care services, any level of education and training, or do we have the current conditions where there's very little to none of that, along with non-functioning AC systems create mold and respiratory problems, acknowledging, which I think is a tragic fact, that our state and federal government, and to an extent where we pitch in, we ourselves are also not doing quite as much as we need to on mental health services. But those structural failures are what they are, and $5 million is not enough to transform that system, even though I hear the frustration from the community of the fact that we have such a broken mental health care system, which I'm sure is not going to be satisfactory to most people, but is the way, if I'm being honest, I'm looking and thinking about it.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for articulating that.
Okay, so
Mayor, may I?
Sure.
I do want to remind the public and the council that 75% of the 36 million that the localities will be responsible for have nothing to do with those 40 beds we've been discussing.
Right.
$28 million will go towards the rest of that facility. Only $8 million, and of that, 2.6 million will be responsible of the city that will go towards that mental health unit. So for $2.6 million spread out over 20 years, it's $150,000 a year. That is one clinician in the community.
Yep. Okay. Any other discussion?
No.
Ms. Thomas, take a vote.
Is Sina there? Is she hearing us?
Oh,
I'm here.
Okay.
did you have anything you wanted to add, Sina?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilor Payne?
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston?
Yes.
Mayor Snook?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Colonel Coomer.
Thank you all. Welcome.
Next item, repealing sections of the city code, eliminating the local vehicle license fees for certain motor vehicles. Todd Divers, Jason Vandiver. See you both there. Who goes first?
Jason's going to carry the water on this one.
I'm going to get us started and then turn it over to Todd for any additional comments. Yes, good evening, Council and members of the public. Tonight we're presenting something that we've been working on for a few months that we're excited to bring to you, and it's an ordinance change that would repeal the vehicle license fee. It's a fee that, just to give a little background, many of you may remember way back when you had to get a physical decal from City Hall, and you would place that decal on your vehicle windshield to show that you had paid your personal property taxes. It was primarily an enforcement mechanism, and over time, in 2006 precisely, that physical decal was eliminated, but the city did not eliminate the associated fee that went with that decal. And so it's sort of a relic of older times that every vehicle owner in the city pays. Most vehicle owners, it's based on weight and size and that sort of thing of the vehicle, but most taxpayers, in addition to paying personal property tax, also pay an annual fee of about $28.50 or $33.50, depending on the weight. And it ranges, some people pay as little as $10, others as much as $70 or so for those really heavy vehicles. But it's something that everyone has to pay, regardless of the assessed value of their vehicle, regardless even of the tax status of the owner of the vehicle. Just to give a few specifics, there are about 300 vehicles that are owned by tax-exempt entities, which the city has indicated that we do not want to tax these vehicles, but because this is a fee and not a tax, they have to pay this every year. Additionally, there are about 2,000 vehicles that are valued under $1,000, and they don't have any tax liability because the value of the vehicle is low enough that we exempt their personal property tax. But they also have to pay the fee. It's a flat fee. It doesn't matter that their vehicle is valued at less than $1,000. So there's several thousand vehicles that we're billing that otherwise would not have a tax bill from the city at all. And so just wanted to highlight that piece of it. But there are two primary reasons that we're bringing this to you tonight. One is administrative, and in a moment, Todd can talk a little bit about some of the difficulties in assessing this fee and how it's prorated differently than taxes are, and how that's confusing for many taxpayers. But the second reason that we're proposing this is as a tax relief measure. This is a burden to all taxpayers, regardless of how much their vehicle is. And we feel like this is kind of a unique opportunity that doesn't come along very often to relieve a burden like this, or a fee that usually once these fees are added, they're very difficult to remove. And you kind of have a unique opportunity here to make a difference for almost every taxpayer in the city by removing this fee because of vehicle values, which we discussed in the budget season last year, and how elevated those are, and how that has generated excess revenue in personal property. In fiscal year 22, which is the budget year that just ended, we are estimating that personal property revenue is going to be in excess of budget by about $2.2 million. And in fiscal year 23, which is the current budget year, it's probably going to be over the estimated budget by about $2 million. And so we're certainly seeing that, come down a little bit with vehicle values, but next year is going to be similar. And so instead of looking at it as a budget reduction, it's more of a reduction of an anticipated surplus. And certainly for FY23 and probably for FY24, we believe that this reduction will be absorbed by the excess personal property revenue that you're going to see. So with that, I'll turn it over to Todd to talk a little bit more about the administration of the fee.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a considerable burden to deal with this when we're trying to close books and do supplements. There are a whole range of other checks and verifications that have to take place to make sure that we're putting the right fees on the right vehicles. We have to check weights, usages, and things like that. It greatly adds to the complexity of preparing the personal property book. When vehicles come in and out, we're a prorating jurisdiction. So when vehicles come in and out of the jurisdiction, we're constantly taking them in and out of the system. There's proration involved. Proration of personal property is done on a monthly basis. Proration of vehicle values is done quarterly. It gets really confusing. It gets really complex for people. There are scenarios where if you come into this city and go out of the city quick enough, you might not have a bill, or you might have your entire tax liability exonerated, but you would still have a fee. And that's really hard to explain to people. A lot of times we have to do manual checks with other jurisdictions to see, whether or not they had a fee on it, and whether or not we can pick a fee on it. The other thing that Jason didn't mention, and this is probably more a headache for him, is because they are billing these fees on vehicles that don't have any tax, that's a lot of low dollar tax bills that have to be chased. It ties up his staff and collections to do that. It's something that my staff has wanted to bring up for years, and we've just never been in a budgetary position to do it. I might add that I really feel like this is the way that a lot of other localities are going to go. Arlington recently did away with their vehicle license fees, and Powhatan County did as well. And I just think you're going to see more and more of that.
So, councilors, any questions?
is there a way to restructure how you, say we kept this fee, it's not a tax, you say it's a fee. Is there a way to restructure how the ordinance or whatever is written such that you could kind of carve off, like when you mentioned, Mr. Divers, people coming in and out of the jurisdiction, and Mr. Vandiver, you mentioned like people with really low valuations, you know, like $1,000 or less or whatever, or tax exempt. Is there a way to, could we keep sort of the bulk of the, I'm assuming that like what you're talking about probably impacts, I don't know, 10 or 15% or 20% of the total sort of volume of things you have to deal with, and yet probably takes up, you know, 50% of your time in having to deal with it. Is there a way to restructure this such that, you know, the bulk of the sort of fee stays in place for most people, and yet the sort of pieces on the edges that cause the most frustration and time for y'all, you know, for us to modify that?
I mean, the vehicle license fee is sort of based off of the state's, the DMV license fee. So the rates, or I guess the fee structure, is not set by us. I think we might have some, there may be some flexibility on when and how we prorate it. But then again, if we do that, we're going to have to go into our tax system, and that'll be a change order, and we'll have to reconfigure that to do it. So, everything, there's going to be a cost. Any kind of change you do, there's going to be something new that you're going to have to deal with. I don't believe you're going to be able to exempt certain vehicles from the fee. It applies to everything. So short answer, I don't think so.
So the origin of this, could you say a little more about the origin of this fee and why it sounds like you think it's like vestigial at this point?
Jason, you want to take that one, or you want me to take a crack at it?
Yeah, I think it was primarily an enforcement mechanism to make sure that taxes were paid on a vehicle. So it was a visual indicator to a police officer, for example, that if they saw a vehicle that was parked on a street or driving down the street that didn't have the Charlottesville decal on it, that they would know that vehicle was out of compliance and you could receive a ticket for it. And so that's the origin of it. The state code allows us to charge up to the amount that the state charges for, having a license plate on your vehicle. So, you've got a state fee that you're paying, and you have a local fee that you're paying, and it just gets kind of complicated and doesn't really serve the purpose that it was intended to, and it was, originally allowed in the state code.
Right.
And the revenue that would be lost, as it were, the net is, I think you said 900,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One question. Why is this in front of us tonight? In other words, what is the deadline by which, if City Council does not make a decision, the next fiscal year's round of these registration fees would have to go out?
We want it done by January. I don't guess we'd have to have it done by January because the book is not prepared until later. But the tax year is a calendar year, and so that's kind of why we're looking at it that way, rather than a fiscal year.
Yeah, because I'm of two minds about it, but my concern is this is $900,000, about the equivalent of a 1 cent change in the real estate tax rate, which last budget cycle we hemmed and hawed over for months, and there was much controversy about. And my concern is we're making a revenue decision this significant completely off budget cycle, because I could potentially be open to it and see how it makes complete sense if we say, oh, we're going to increase a more progressive tax by that equivalent. Or, oh, we've decided exactly what we're not going to spend money on and we've agreed on that. But outside of that, it's just really hard for me to see how this is a prudent fiscal decision on our part when we haven't attached it to that. I know that's not the politically expedient thing for me to say, but that's sort of what I feel mistake we're making in this approach and timeline on it.
Other counselors' comments?
I'm prepared to support it, but make excellent points.
Yeah, I'm hearing Michael's point on this is, we were looking at other tax issues during the budget season and kind of evaluating them during budget season. So I'd be interested to see how we're going to measure this and how we're going to balance it. Because I do lean towards it being the most regressive tax that I can figure out that we have. Or at least one of the most regressive taxes we have that we utilize. I'm definitely in favor of seeing how we could change it out with a more progressive taxation.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not going to vote for it, so, personally.
So I'm prepared to, if everyone's finished, I'm prepared to make a motion to support repealing section 15-36 through 15 of the city of Charlottesville through section 15-38 of the Charlottesville City Code to eliminate local vehicle license fees for certain motor vehicles, trailers, and semi-trailers.
Is there a second? Well, I will second the motion, and I will say the reason, as I've said before, this is the most regressive tax that we've got. It is the only tax that applies with equal force to a $100,000 BMW and to a $500 clunker. In some cases, it is a tax that is really quite inconvenient to have to try to collect. As I look through the information that was furnished to us, it looks like there are only about 15 places in the state of Virginia that do it this way. And we are one of those 15 at the moment. So I think that it's a tax, it's a fee that we ought to get rid of, and I support getting rid of it. And if it means that come budget season, we have to make some other trade-offs, so be it. But I just don't understand why that's a trade-off that we ought to want to make, just to keep that extra tax, extra fee. Just I don't.
Yeah, I'm still a newbie, first year, and maybe when I've got more comfort in the surpluses we're going to have and where our taxes are going to land, I would be more comfortable in basically releasing this potential revenue. But at this point, most of what I'm hearing from like tonight is we've got some significant fiscal demands we're going to be facing, and so I'm wanting to keep my powder dry at this point.
So, Ms. Thomas, you take the vote.
Councilor McGill?
There's a vote for yes would be a vote to support removing the fee.
Yes, correct.
So yes, because it is the most regressive tax we have.
Councilor Payne?
No, but again, would be very open if explicitly tied to formal budget process decisions.
Councilor Pinkston?
No.
Mayor Snook?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes 3-2. Thank you, Mr. Vandiver. Thank you, Mr. Divers.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Next, approval of the fifth amended grant agreement for the Charlottesville Supplemental Rental Assistance Program, aka CSRAP. and who's preparing. I see two new faces on the screen right now. Who's presenting?
I am. Good evening, councilors and the public, the mayor, city manager. This is a supplemental rental assistance program that the city initiated in 2017-18. And essentially, the program is designed to assist at-risk residents that are in need of assistance for rental units. And it's also designed to help enhance self-sufficiency. In other words, some folks that may choose or elect to attend the junior college, Piedmont Community College, they can benefit from this program. And also to support the homeless population. This is the Fifth Amendment, like the mayor indicated. And at this point, the city has spent a total of $5.2 million over the last several years in terms of implementing this program. And currently, we have $1.8 million balance in the program and $292,000. It's in reserve just in case the program terminates. And then there will be extra funding, to provide a cushion for the beneficiaries for at least 3 months. And currently, in terms of recipients, 56% of those benefiting from the program in this past fiscal year are in the city, and about 43 or 44% are in the county. So the number of folks benefiting from the program are now increasing in the county compared in the past few years. Initially, it was about a third in the county and 2/3 in the city. And now it's almost getting closer to 50-50. I thought the city council needs to know that the number of people who are benefiting from the program right now in the county is increasing. And Mr. John Sells, the executive director of CRHA, has proposed some changes. He's going to outline a couple of those. Some of those are already in the document, in the agreement. And however, there are a couple that I would like for him to point out. He's here with one of his staff, Ms. Knight, and they're going to be providing an overview of the program and some performance milestones they have attained in terms of implementing the program. There is a resolution in the packets. So after presentation by CRHA, the council can consider the motion and take action to approve or not approve. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sells.
Thank you so much, Alex. And yes, I do have Ms. Consuelo Knight on tonight. She is the HCV program manager and also the CSRAP program manager. And Mr. David Dillenhall, can you put the presentation on the screen, please?
Yes, I'm pulling it up now. It'll take just 1 second.
Thank you so much.
While we're waiting, I should note that Alex has recently had the title of interim dropped from his official title. He is now the director of the Office of Community Solutions. And so congratulations, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Congratulations, Alex. I didn't notice that today when we emailed.
Does he look different?
All right, Ms. Knight, are you prepared to start?
Yes, I want to state good evening to everyone, the mayor, vice mayor, and all city council members and the public. I do want to start, well, I'm unable to do the video, but I'm going to go ahead and proceed with the slides. If you can go to the next slide. Charlottesville Supplemental Rental Assistance Program, known as CSRAP. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. If you can go to the next slide.
There we go.
Okay, so our community partners is TJAC and the Haven. That is the main component with the COC for the city of Charlottesville. And we connect with them regarding the homeless providers to if any family in the city of Charlottesville or Omaha County, they are the main contacts to assist with families that needed services. Next slide, please. Okay, also the Department of Human Services of Charlottesville and Region 10 Community Service. They are in connection with the COC also, because basically with the referrals, if they are homeless, we do associate with them regarding getting referrals to assist families under the C-SCRAP program. Next slide, please. Okay, so the guidelines for the rental assistance standards amount for single room occupancy is $768. Efficiency is mainly the bedroom and the kitchen area is all combined. So that is considered efficiency. That is $1,075. One bedroom, which consists of a wall separating the unit with the kitchen is $1,116. Two bedrooms is $1,327. Three bedroom right now is $1,651. Four bedroom $2,056, and five bedroom $2,366. Next slide, please. Okay, the C-SCRAP payment standard with the city is 125% of the FMRs. So the efficiency will increase to $1,280. One bedroom, $1,329. Two bedroom, $1,580. Three bedroom, $1,965. Four bedroom, $2,449. Five bedroom, $2,816. Next slide, please. Okay, C-SCRAP payment standards, 110% FMR efficiency, $1,126. One bedroom, $1,170. Two bedroom is $1,390. Three bedrooms, $1,729. Four bedroom, $2,155. Five bedroom, $2,478. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, HUD just published the proposal for the FMR for 2023. This is the standard FMRs for our area. So it was a 10% increase due to HUD knows that the rents across the nation has been increasing. So they just published it September 1st. So the current FMR for single room occupancy is $874. Efficiency $1,165. One bedroom $1,172. 2-bedroom is $1,401. 3-bedrooms is $1,742. 4-bedroom, $2,159, and 5-bedroom, $2,483. Next slide, please. Okay. Please note the 125% increase is based upon the family's income and affordability. CRHA best option is keeping the program ran just like HCV program according to the contract with the same payment standards. CRHA found that program gives more families the opportunities to serve with affordability. I just want to note that the issue, if you do raise the payment standard, sometimes when you raise the payment standard, if the rent is less than the payment standard, then according to the regulations is that you have to use the lesser amount. So that's sometimes that the situation with the family due to the unit that they chose is less than the payment standard. So that's why this is noted, to give you more information how it works with the family affordability. Next slide, please. Okay, this information is collected from the annual recertification or relocation process. If any family is receiving services from us, and we have to report this information quarterly to the city of Charlottesville. So as of the last reporting quarter, zero income families, we only have three zero income families out of 62. The ones that's 30% of their income is 50. 50% of their income is 9. Next slide, please. Okay. The next one is discussing the participants by locality. So I want to let you know how many residents is receiving services in the city. 35 families are receiving services in the city, and 27 families are receiving services in the county. So it's a total of 62 families that we're currently serving. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so the next slide is previously, can you go back one slide? I'm sorry. Previously homeless participants. CHIP is 3 families. CRHA Housing Trust Voucher Waiting List was 1. DSS was 6. DSS Self-Sufficiency Program was 2. Haven and Human Rights is 7. And TJAC was 10. So it was a grand total of 29 families that was previously homeless that is receiving services. Next slide, please. Okay, race. Black non-Hispanic is a total of 53. White non-Hispanic is 8. other is 1. Total is 62. Next slide, please. Okay, partnerships. CRHA currently have 30 families on the current waiting list. CRHA has executed an MOU with Blue Ridge Coalition to refer 15 families every other month, but this contingent based upon funding. Within the past year, several families had transitioned from C-SCRAP to the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The goal of C-SCRAP is transitional assistance from the city of Charlottesville. Next slide, please. Okay, Charlottesville Redevelopment Housing Authority. We in the midst of making administrative plans revisions. Also, the inspection requirements of all the participants that's coming on to C-SCRAP. Also, increase the mileage and gas. We are requesting an increase in administrative fee to 10 to 15% due to the screening process, inspection, and compliance component of the program. Next slide, please. The next slide is identifying what we spent for the last quarter and the last quarter of last year of 2021, which consists of October, November, December. The first quarter was $141,000. Second quarter was $138,552. Third quarter was $145,198, and fourth quarter was spent $159,116. We just wanted to give you a feedback of what was spent on the families regarding HAP, disbursement of HAP, which is broken down into quarters. Next slide.
Perfect. And now we wanted to talk about some of the proposed changes to the program that Alex mentioned at the beginning. And so this program was created in 2018, I believe, and we've gone through several changes. And it was originally created to put a gap in between housing assistance from individuals that are falling in the middle, waiting on wait lists for several years to get housing assistance, and also assist families that are going into a self-sufficiency program so their rent is capped while they're looking for opportunities to make themselves more valuable to the workforce. So going through training programs where they may receive pay or may not, but now they have the ability to take advantage of those training opportunities because they have a form of rental assistance that is assisting them. And so the Housing Choice Voucher Program has improved the number of families we're serving, the amount of money we've received to serve those families, the number of programs we've added. We've added the mainstream program, which created 40 additional vouchers. We received EHV vouchers, emergency housing vouchers for individuals that are homeless. We've received, I think maybe a week or two ago, 6 additional vouchers. That was also through CARES Act. But on top of that, we've also received about $600,000 in additional funding from the federal government to expand that program. And so we opened up the wait list in March of 2021. We had 1,100 families on that wait list. We are now down to, I believe, about 600 families, approximately 600 families. So in a year, we've put a big dent in that wait list, going through families and putting vouchers on the street. And so the individuals waiting on a wait list for years and years has that tremendously slowed down because we've been able to expand the program. We've improved the efficiency of the program. We brought new dollars to the program, and we spent dollars that were going to get taken away by HUD if we did not spend them when we first got here in like 2020. And so the program is getting better, and so its need to assist the families that are on HCV program are also starting to dwindle. And so one of the recommendations that we have, and this was also suggested by HUD, because these two programs are competing against each other. And so when a family gets a HCV voucher and a family has a SysRap voucher, they're competing for a scarce amount of units. And HUD has this big program that funds us multiple millions of dollars a year. And so they would like their program to be ran separately from the city program. And so in the agreement, it calls for the SysRap program to use the HCV wait list. And they don't want that to happen. Number one, it duplicates the amount of administrative work we have to do for one unit. So if a family leases up with a SysRap voucher, let's say we pick the first family on the wait list, well, we're going through our wait list and putting out vouchers, putting out 30 to 45 vouchers a month out on the street. So it's a very high likelihood that we'll grab that family again and have to go through the same process that takes months. And so that same family that went through the inspection process, the HAP contract, the lease signing, they then have to go through that entire process again, qualifications for the NICS program. And it's the same amount of work my staff has to do with a very small staff. And so I would like to see that this program run on its own wait list. And I think we can do that with assisting the referrals from our community partners, DSS, TJAC, The Haven, Network to Work, and CRHA is getting a family self-sufficiency program. We're putting in an application to get federal funding. Now that we're exited out of trouble status, we can apply for some of these things. And so that's one of the things that we're applying for. And so I think this program can run without depending on the HCV program. And I think we can provide a better service that way as well. And then the other thing that's probably a significant change is changing the language around the family self-sufficiency program. Currently, it says we will provide assistance for a minimum of 40 families that are in the family self-sufficiency program. I would like to see that language change to a maximum. When we say a minimum, we're depending on multiple other organizations to not only refer families, but then those families to be successful with leasing up a unit. And we're handicapping ourselves from having the ability to serve other families that are maybe just homeless, but not in the family self-sufficiency program, because maybe they're not at the point where they can get involved in that. They're at the basic need of just having housing in general. And then maybe we work with them to get involved in the family self-sufficiency. But to cap it at the very beginning, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice and also the community. And the 10% admin fee, changing the program, adding the 125% fair market rent, it's stuff that needed to happen, but it deviates from the HCV program. And so now you have an individual that specializes focusing on that program because it's so different from the other program. And you want to make sure that you're following the guidelines, that you're not mixing up what you can do with the city program and the federal program. But I think the fair market rents need to stay at 125% for the SysRap program. I did some quick research on the BRAC website for units, 5-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 1-bedroom, and none of them are, or not a majority of them are available at 110% or at the fair market rent. You need that bump to 125% to make units available. So I looked at the 5-bedroom. There are 5 units that are available at $2,875, but that don't go past the $3,104 of the 125% fair market rent. And so if you just use the federal standard, no units will qualify. But if you use 125% standard, 5 units will qualify. And that's a big difference. We do have families that need help that have 5-bedroom need 5-bedroom units, and some that need 6. And so I do think we need to keep it at 125%, and specifically for the city. Alex pointed out something that's important for you all to know. A lot of these families are going to the county to find units. And it's not because they want to live in the county, but it's because that's where the units are. And so if we want to make or have the families come back, we have to make sure there are units available in that dollar range. And so I think 125% is fair for the city. And I think keeping it at 110% for the county is also fair. There have been some suggestions to 150% fair market rent. I don't suggest we go that route. That only pushes rents up, and you're pushing the voucher program, which is the program that's serving the most families. We're serving over 500 families under the voucher program. You're going to push those rents up, and the families will not be able to stay in those units. When landlords see that you can get more money with another housing program, they're going to jump to that. And 150% compared to 110 is a big difference. The city funding, it's not permanent, it's year by year. But that's a big difference when you can get that in a year. And the current, if you go on based on current projections, this program is scheduled to get funded the next 4 years based upon the CIP. And so landlords are going to be willing to take that risk to go up to 150% fair market rent. And so I think if you do that, you're going to definitely hurt the HCV program, which is really the bread and butter when it comes to the housing programs in the city. It is serving the most families. One other thing I suggest that we add as some additional language is some restrictions around the SISRAP voucher going up to 125% on units that are proffered or under SUP or that receive funding from the city. So there's no reason CRHA should use a SISRAP voucher at 125% on a non-subsidized unit. I think we're getting money from the city. There's no reason we should double tap. And I think it should be like that for all agencies. If they've proffered a unit, they shouldn't be able to use 125% rents. They should be capped at 100% or even at 80%. But it shouldn't be at 125%. But I think that's for you all to decide. But I think it definitely needs to have language that says you can't do that, because you will have landlords.
So, Mr. Sales,
to do it.
could I interject a question at this point?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get clear, what we're voting on tonight is to essentially do what? It's to continue a program that's already been in place, right?
Correct, and amend the grant agreement to reflect the continuation of that program,
And,
which all this language is in the grant agreement.
okay, including the changes in the percentages that you've been discussing?
The changes is not there, it was presented, so if council accepts the proposed changes, then your motion will include approval with the proposed changes.
Okay, but I guess in terms of the overall funding that we're putting into this program, that happens during the budget cycle, correct?
That's correct, that's
Okay,
correct.
so tonight, this is sort of a formality to keep a process that's been working, continuing to work, where CRHA is managing something for the city, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have explained it thoroughly, and so I'm definitely prepared to move this forward.
I wonder if Mr. Sanders is on the line, if there's anything you can think, Sam, that might help us understand the overall context. I think I've got it.
Yes, I'm here. So what you're processing at this moment, as Mr. Sales has presented, is the renewal of the program with the changes that he outlined, that he's proposing. That's capping it at 40 participants as a maximum versus a minimum.
Okay.
Increasing the admin fee,
Okay.
which today is 7.5% to 10 to 15% is what I saw on the slide. I'm not sure, John, what the actual request is.
I believe the request was for 10%.
So that would be increasing from 7.5% to 10%.
Okay.
And there was one more. I can't remember what the third one was.
It's creating its own wait list was one.
So establishing a separate CSRAP wait list, separate from the HCV wait list.
Got it.
Which is a change to the structure of the program, but that just makes it an independent program ultimately.
And then the language around profit units or city-funded units receiving CSRAP, putting a cap on what they can charge based upon fair market. So not using the 125%, but using something less than 125%.
So, excuse me, I don't remember reading anything about any of these proposed changes. And I'm going back through them and I can't find where it's written in any of the agenda items.
I think some of the changes are embedded into the document itself.
Because I'm still seeing the 7.5% everywhere.
Yeah, the proposed changes was after presentation tonight. If council decides to accept the proposed changes, then you have to modify the motion to approve it with proposed changes.
So none of these were actually in any of the agenda items that we received before the meeting.
Right, because the agenda memos were submitted prior to us receiving those items. Because with our change in schedule for producing items for the agenda memo, that would have been what threw us off schedule.
If I can just sort of build on that, I was looking through as Mr. Sales in particular was talking, and I kept seeing the 7.5% figure as well, like on page 168, the paragraph E there that talks about administrative costs shall be equal to 7.5% and so on. And I guess the only changes that I actually saw in that document were they changed 4th to 5th, they changed the years from 2021 to 2022 or something like that, and then changed the name of the organization from Housing Program Coordinator to Office of Community Solutions. There's also a word funds added in a paragraph, and I'm not quite sure why, but in any event, I mean, there were, I guess, one other change. The adding refugee status was another consideration, but I think that the resolution we have been given is not at all what you want us to be adopting.
Yeah, the resolution didn't include the proposed changes by CRHA because by the time we receive that, the report is already in the system for publication. So council can move a motion to approve the resolution with the changes proposed by CRHA if you decide to accept those changes.
Yeah, I guess my preference would be to see the revised, updated document and read that in full before the next meeting and then vote it onto that meeting.
Yeah, we don't need at least I don't need the presentation again, just, the resolution. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
we
can do that.
Yeah, I don't.
There may be a bunch of changes and we won't know whether they've all been made.
Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, we can discuss, but not the.
No, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
For staff and Mr. Sales, are there any relevant deadlines that impacts if it's pushed back for another council meeting?
2 weeks.
No, not on our end.
Yeah, then I'm in
Let's just get
agreement
it
with
right.
that. I think it makes much more process sense. It's like it's very hard to be able to evaluate a decision when it's not in the agenda packet and you hear it for the first time at the meeting.
And by the way, I really do appreciate the fact that you were putting it in red when there was a change so that we could see it. And if you could do that again, but get all of them in there in red, that would be very helpful.
Yeah. And I think if it's in 2 weeks, Keena, just let them know when you need it for the packet.
There is a clear process.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I guess it's always handy to me, in the summary by staff at the top of, the details, just having these pieces that were mentioned tonight itemized, so.
Okay. Everybody good with that? Okay.
Can I get some consensus on what you all are interested in those changes? Like what changes you all may be interested in? So then I guess we can, or does that need to wait till the next meeting?
I'll just say, from my perspective, the justification you've offered for the changes makes sense. I just don't think we should be adopting a resolution that is in essence conditioned upon having a resolution given to us.
Yeah.
Let's get it and let's approve what we're given. But the logic you've got and the changes you've talked about all make sense to me.
And I'm in that same place. They seem
Yeah.
logical to me. I feel like I'm unlikely to object, but for process ground, it makes sense. And I would like time to at least be able to read through it and think through it and ask anyone if a question came up after having read through it. But
Yeah, and if it's
I mean, this is it. I mean, what I'm hearing makes sense. It's just that I also, it's something that I like to be able to think through and make sure that I'm thinking through the various issues, and with more than like 20 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah, and if you could include the PowerPoint that Ms. Knight went through for reference in the packet, that would be helpful, just for my general edification and knowledge. I don't think we need to see it again in 2 weeks, but there's so many acronyms in the world of housing that just so much to try to keep up with. You mentioned HCVA, CRSA. Anyway, it's a lot for.
Okay.
do you feel like you've gotten enough
Staff know
direction?
what we're asking for?
Yes, I do. And it sounds like we're right on. I think we could probably pull this together.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Now, the second item also deals with CSRAP in a slightly different way. Alex, you're taking the lead on this one also?
Yeah, I think Sam is discussing this, but I can.
Okay.
So, councilors, this item is simply acknowledging that from the presentation that you just heard and the discussion that we've had prior to this council meeting, that there is a surplus in the balance of funds available that have been allocated to CRHA for this program. And with having just recently added another $900,000 allocation to the program, it is a significant number today. And as it stands, with the funds not being tapped in full, we have basically created a passive balance of dollars associated with housing. And the suggestion here is, in conversations with Mr. Sales, we've discussed possibly taking some of those funds and activating them and allowing CRHA to purchase some naturally occurring affordable housing that is in jeopardy of transitioning into market housing, thus potentially making individuals homeless. And of course, converting those units from affordable to market rate or above. The thought is that because we have a little low, well, almost $2 million currently in the account, that we could take $675,000 and use that for an acquisition of property that Mr. Sells has brought forward from 1016 and 1020 Coleman Street. These individual units currently are renting for between $760 a month and $840 a month. And we are concerned that those, if they were to convert to market rate, would go in excess of $1,500 a month, thus eliminating the possibility of the current families occupying those units and being able to stay there. So what we're providing for you is an opportunity for the city to support the acquisition of these units at $675,000. It would leave in a balance of $750,000 beyond the $550,000 that we've estimated CRHA needing to sponsor the CSRAP program in its current format, considering the changes that have been proposed this evening as well.
Okay.
Would the city still have an interest in this property?
If you tell me that is the case, then sure.
And the only reason I want, and just because, like we're looking at now where the housing authority owns Levy Street, and if the city is buying it, I would like, because CRHA is a separate organization and not the city's organization, I would like to still have some silent partner control of some sort in place. Just so that if something happened down the road, that HUD gets into something and says we've got to do something with properties that we don't want to do, at least we still have some control over this.
Can I add something really quick, Sam?
Oh, please.
So this property, both of these properties, both parcels, 1016 and 1020, would be acquired without using any federal money, so they would not go into any program that's funded or controlled by HUD. What we're proposing, or what I've proposed, is a 99-year affordability that can then be renewed after 99 years or be renewed every year. So every year you have a new 99-year affordability to create that permanent affordability land trust model that the city also has some control in. I will say CRHA is one agency that the city does control. I mean, it seats every board member that controls how any property is acquired or disposed of. And so you all do have a lot of say over the operations of the housing authority. Before we create an entity, we must come to the city council to get approval. So there's a lot of control there, and we are willing to do whatever it takes to keep these units affordable. And so 99 years with the renewal every year is something we are all for. I mean, we want these units to stay affordable and as low of affordability as possible. And so initially we were talking about ensuring that for like the first set of years, it's affordable to families that are 30% AMI and lower. And then it scales up over a certain amount of years, but staying permanently affordable forever. And so, yes, that is the language you're interested in. And hopefully we can duplicate this, because there are a lot of opportunities coming up. There's another opportunity in Fifeville. We've been talking to another real estate agent for an investor who purchased another set of duplexes. I mean, the asking price is, he's jacked it up like $300,000 already in a matter of a month of owning it. And so they're costly, but I think these are things that we have to do now to ensure that that unit is affordable in 90 years from now. And so I think looking at what language we can add to ensure that it renews, affordability renews at whatever level that we feel is what's needed, we're open to that, and we're willing to do that.
As you know, that's my main concern, is just this long-term affordability that we've seen at times. The heads of CRHA change, and sometimes they have different visions. And I want to make sure that we are protecting this vision.
We can work that into the agreement that we would execute.
Yes, fully support that.
I would add that this is also really falling in line with the notion of establishing a land bank, and as a concept, it's our moving a step closer to that. In support of what we have identified in the affordable housing plan is what our priority is. It gives the city the ability to ensure that there can be long-term affordability that we actually have an interest in. So this is actually the beginnings of that, and we'll be able to come back with more details around the idea of establishing that relationship through CRHA, which is by statute how a municipality is to conduct that work.
Yeah, the structure of it to guarantee affordability sounds good to me, and would definitely say I think this is a very positive thing. I think we should use the remaining CISRAT balance for the same purpose, and if there's any future opportunities, I would want to do whatever I can to help jump on those opportunities as quickly as possible and probably would say my top priority in implementing the housing strategy is this land banking strategy. I don't see a more transformative housing policy, particularly if we're able to get both rentals and homeownership as part of it. So this is very exciting and positive.
Yeah, I agree. Mr. Mayor, would you entertain a motion at this point?
Sure. Move away.
I move the resolution appropriating $675,000 of the FY 2023 CSRAP budget allocation to be used by CRHA for acquisition of 1016 and 1020 Coleman Street as permanent units of affordable housing.
Second.
First of two readings, okay. Well, yeah, that's fine. First two readings, shall we carry it over? I'm happy to have it go to the consent agenda for the next meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And let me just say two things. First is, anytime we can buy an affordable housing unit for less than $200,000, it actually, I mean, that we spend at least $200,000 if we're going to build a new one or buy a new one. So on a relative basis, this is sort of a deal. I will also add that according to the city circuit court record room, we actually bought this last week. So we're closing the barn door now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just want to add, I'm excited that we are really starting to use the housing authority the way that I kind of, when I was in grad school, it said, housing authorities can and should be. So I'm excited about this as well, that we're starting to really take advantage of, kind of starting in my mind, putting the housing authority in the same light as PHA and Habitat and other places that, that also in the affordable housing ring. So this is really exciting. Thank you, John, and please thank your, I forgot the young lady that presented earlier. So thank you so much.
Okay, so we're carrying it to the next meeting for the consent agenda.
And Mr. Mayor and fellow councilors, I would like to actually pull the item 16. I had several questions, and I'm going to be working with the city manager. Hope to present this either at the next meeting or a very future meeting.
I'm good with that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Sales, did you have one last thing you were trying to say?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, yes, Mayor Snook is correct. We did purchase this property last week. We closed on it. We were really up against the gun on a contract agreement.
Yeah.
We had to move fast on this. We lost out on another deal at 7.5 Street, which was units that were renting at $475 a month, 2-bedroom units. They hadn't had rent increases in some cases in 10 to 15 years. And so we missed out on that deal. We wanted to make sure we got this one and secured it. We had a development partner that provided the money up front as a repayable grant in hopes that we would get this money, or in some other cases, we would refund it another source. But it would definitely have to be structured differently financially. So we did have a partner that stepped up to the bat and assisted us with securing it. So thank you.
Good. Thank you.
I mean, I don't need to know the details now, but I am somewhat reassured to know that there is some ability to move with some flexibility and some speed. And I was a little bit distressed when I read in the record room that the transaction we haven't approved yet has already occurred. Mm-hmm. And I hope there's a way that exists that might be repeatable, that would allow the city to move quickly when the need arises. So anyway, we're good. We'll deal with it next time. On the Jefferson School thing, I saw a general agreement, a nodding of heads and so on, that we would continue that. Do we want to continue it specifically to September 19th, or do we want to just continue it generally?
No, until probably the first or second meeting in October.
Okay. All right, so at least the first meeting in October, and we will confer further. Okay. All right. That's the end of our agenda. There's no general business to be discussed. Are there any other business items for consideration? Councilors, anything we need to consider? questions for city management to follow up?
No.
I would like to, because I know it's been the subject of a lot of emails in the last 3 days, to have some further discussion of or presentation of some what's going on with East High Street and the pedestrian access along there, because Mr. Cox has probably sent me 5 emails in the last 3 days, and I'd like to know more.
Okay.
Let's see, we're now at the final speaking opportunity for members of the public. Speakers will be given up to 3 minutes. You may join the speaker queue by selecting the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar by pressing *9 if you've joined by phone, or by raising your hand if you're here in council chambers, and there's nobody here in council chambers except staff, so that's not an issue. By pressing *9, that's right, okay, we'll alternate. Well, we have no in-person, so it'll be virtual speakers. Mr. Dillahunt, do we have anybody who would like to talk to us now?
Yes, Mayor Snook. Greg Weaver has his hand raised.
All right.
Greg, you are on with council.
Hey, council, thanks again for having me speak. I just wanted to respond to, you all mentioned that, you mentioned my comment from responded to my comment from last meeting about Vancouver and my experience there. And I just wanted you all to know that, I'm aware that Vancouver is a much larger city than Charlottesville. But the point of my comment was more that, they've transformed their city and really emphasized like a great bus system. They've emphasized having separated bike lanes, and number one. And that's something that's very popular there and that people use. And so while we're thinking about Charlottesville, allocating money towards the bus system and making that having a robust transit system is super important, and people will use it. And it's going to would be very popular. Having bike lanes, you hear a lot from folks in the community about how necessary it is to transform our streets to make that safe. Because frankly, right now it's just not. I mean, people love riding bikes here, including myself, but it's really just it's not a great scene, not very safe for folks that do. And the other important part about my experience there was the fact that even though they have this infrastructure in place and people use it, traffic is still a problem. And so if you build a city that is focused on single family vehicles, and you think of car use first, and you build the transit system around that, you build your bike lanes around that, and you don't do anything to curb car use, such as like eliminating parking or having car-free zones in the city and making it difficult for cars to get around, you're not going to get the results that you intend. If you're looking for a bikeable, walkable city, and one that people rely on mass transit for. And you're also not going to get the safety benefits that are included in not having cars on the streets. I wish I had the statistic in front of me, but it's something like, car-related deaths and accidents have just like skyrocketed in the last couple of years. And I don't think that's necessarily going to stop unless you stop allowing cars to just, unless you stop building cities around cars and allowing them basically free reign. So that was my point on that. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Anybody else?
Mayor Snook, Shelby Edwards is next.
Ms. Edwards?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All righty. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shelby Marie Edwards. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I'm the executive director of the Charlottesville Public Housing Association of Residents, also known as FAR, and I am born and raised and a proud member of the Charlottesville Public City school system. I graduated, yada, yada. So I'm thrilled to hear of the endorsement given by Vice Mayor Wade of CRHA. I wholeheartedly agree. I think CRHA has great capacity for good in the city. And I think that continuing to use SISRAP funding to acquire property will be an incredible way to fight and acknowledge the deeply affordable housing crisis in Charlottesville. I would like to also say that I really appreciate the city's work in helping advocate for Midway Manor residents. Our next meeting over there will be Wednesday at 5:30, and that's going to be the third Wednesday of this month. Per usual, thank you so much for your service. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Anyone else?
This is our last call for virtual attendees. I otherwise see no additional hands.
All right. Being nothing further to be done, we're adjourned. Thank you all.